Boa tarde. Sejam todos muito bem-vindos.
Good afternoon. Welcome. Welcome to Casa Seguro, a strategic content hub, corporate connection and business to promote the insurance sector in this climatic transition. My name is Nelly Raffé, I'm a journalist, and thank you for joining us. We are now going to start the COP30 Global Sustainability Summit, the day of inclusion, resilience, and securability. We're going to see the leaders of the insurance sector in facing climatic changes and their role in terms of social protection. All of the sessions will have simultaneous translation, and the headsets are available over there at the entrance of the room. Here in the plenary session, please feel free to take yours before the activities start. And the complete program for COP30 for Casa do Seguro can be seen in our site, www.casadoseguro.org.br, or according to the QR code on the screen. To open the afternoon, I'm going to invite the president of CNseg, Diogo Oliveira.
Olá, muito boa tarde.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with all of you here today. And there's a special representativeness that you have because basically we're here because of incentives, because of support, because of the encouraging that my dear friend Butch Bakani has given us ever since when we started to follow up the COP. So Butch has always been the voice of encouragement and support, and I'm very happy to be here this afternoon, receiving this forum organized by UNEPFI and as well as CNseg and others. So later on, I will have the opportunity of speaking in the panel, so I'm not going to say too much right now. But I'd like to talk about the commitment of the Brazilian insurance sector with the sustainability of insurance, with this agenda. Brazil was one of the first countries to adhere to the principle of sustainable insurance. I think it was in 2012, if I'm not mistaken. And we were the first entity to adhere to the FIT, which is the Forum of Transition. And this is a long term, and this is the Brazilian.
Não me atribuíram como intérprete. Só me deixaram entrar.
And the insurance industry still needs to face the objective and effective agenda to contribute to deal with these climatic changes and the activities that have to be done to improve the resilience of our society and reducing the gaps and improve the public-private partnerships in the management of risk and in coping with the climatic changes. So these are the initial words. I would like to thank you, and hopefully this afternoon we'll have great discussions. Thank you, everyone, and see you soon. So now I'm going to invite the UN head, Butch Bakani.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the House of Insurance. Thank you to CNseg, to Diogo Oliveira and the Brazilian insurance market for hosting us at this very beautiful and very green House of Insurance. For those of you who are following us online, it's hot and humid outside, and it's winter here inside the House of Insurance. It's a little bit cold, but We are grateful that we are being hosted by the Brazilian insurance market here. My expectations at the House of Insurance at the COP30 and the summit is very high because it's supposed to be a COP of implementation. And for the insurance market globally, my expectations are also very high because we all know that the global sustainable insurance movement was born on the shores of Copacabana and Ipanema in Rio in 2012. So Brazil, to me, is like coming home in many ways. I know the Brazilians call me with another name. I'm supposed to be known here as Butch Bacana, and Bacana is supposed to be cool in Brazilian, so maybe we need to start editing my name on the screen and have my Brazilian name back again since we're here in the Amazon. So I don't want to take so much time because we have a lot today. So I actually want to quickly turn it over to the CEO of Bradesco Seguros, Ivan Gontijo, because for many, Bradesco has been there for us from the very start of the PSI. And I remember when we launched the Principles for Stable Insurance in 2012 in Rio, the after launch meeting and party happened at Bradesco Seguros when we had the late Marco Antonio Rossi, who was then the CEO of Bradesco. And he was such a leader. He has gone ahead of us, but we will always remember him in our hearts. So without further ado, I pass it over to Ivan.
Boa tarde a todos e a todas.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to talk about how happy I am to have all of you here in such an important and relevant event like this one that makes us rethink and look at people and processes, and especially in terms of the individuals and also legal entities who are here, not only in Brazil, but in the world as a whole. So first of all, I'd like to congratulate you, Diogo, for the idea of Casa dos Seguros. I think this was a great idea and it was something different for the market. We in the insurance market, social security, capitalization, we have not had the opportunity of taking leading roles like we're having this year. So I'd like to congratulate you and all of your board and say how important this is for this very relevant market like ours. So if we check the connection that we offer, that our market offers as a whole, for applications and also in terms of providing an opportunity for the government to implement its social activities. So this is not well known yet. So bringing a little more of knowledge in the insurance and social security and capitalization markets, this is very important. And being beside this person who is bacana, our Butch Bacani, who is bacana here, and he is very eloquent and he has technical knowledge, and it's a great partnership that we are starting with the insurance companies. And he's the part of the board of a very important board from the UN, and definitely we can discuss things like sustainability as a whole. Now, if we look at COP that happened in 2012 in Rio until COP30, which is happening here at this moment, we're going to see that there were many changes in the conception, changes in terms of the services, but the concepts that came up in COP in Rio de Janeiro in 2012, they remain the same. So maybe there's a different look, and especially the pragmatism and action. And of course, this was well defended here in the panel in the morning. Now, actually talking about the morning panel, I also wanted to congratulate you on the choice of the panel members and the debates that were brought about. So having an idea of the climate and with people's health being considered and looking at people's assets in a different way as well, it makes all the difference in terms of the topic that we're going to debate. So congratulations. And we're talking about these updated issues. So this is comparatively according to what we saw in 2012 in COP Rio de Janeiro. And what we were discussing was a reduction of emissions directly and like burning fuel or in terms of what we were talking about in 2012 was contention of the emissions directly or indirectly. And this was in a way to obviously reach a country, a better society, and a society that was accustomed to a differentiated sort of climate, and this could bring differentiated numbers. So we were already talking about changes in global warming, and we were trying to reduce the metrics and indicators, the numbers that were being brought on that date. So now, considering the facts that were seen in nature, and this is something that we were looking at in Paraná last week with what happened with cyclones and tornadoes there. So it was even a tornado that we had over there. Society at this moment is more aware, and it needs more. It needs a bigger discussion where the productive sector, together with the regulating organs, they will present in the different areas, and they will bring knowledge. They will bring data. And this is an important point. The companies and society in general, they should not and they cannot exclude themselves from bringing over their data, because this data is important not only to conclude about the measures and the actions that we're going to adopt, but especially in terms of a diagnosis that is closer to reality. So this is data that provides debate, and you also have the mitigations that are necessary through the creation of products that will address the needs of the society. So bringing together the information, the data, bringing together the knowledge actually makes all the difference for us to be able to have a different world, and so that we can live in this different world according to the conditions that are present and according to the conditions of this society. That's why Casa do Seguro is so important, because over here, this is a safe environment. It's the same word in Portuguese, so it's a pleonasm, the word safe and seguro. So it is a hub of debates, of ideas, of the presentation of solutions, always trying to protect society. So our operational day-to-day is extremely heavy, and sometimes it makes it difficult to find ourselves and to debate and to know a little bit more about these needs that society has. And sometimes it's a problem to exchange ideas inside the same ideal and objective. the droughts, the rain, the heat, the cold, the different seasons, sometimes happening all in one day, and not only once, but even more than once, either in Rio or in São Paulo or here in Belém. Sometimes we go through several seasons on a single day, in a single week. So, of course, this brings an impact in our personal lives, in our health. It brings an impact in our assets and also in our investments. So, Social Security is only another example of that. And all of this brings us a concern because it becomes necessary to protect our health, our residencies, and our investments. So it's necessary for us to have a differentiated idea. And the topic must be as broad as possible, providing solutions that can address each of these different conditions. The risk, in our understanding of the market, it is increasingly broader, and the solutions they should achieve in the same proportion of the comprehensiveness that is necessary, what is intended by society, the intention that is provided by society. So having a broad risk and the solution that should have the same proportion according to the needs that society needs. This is a great challenge that the market of insurance and capitalization and Social Security has. And yes, water. Yes, thank you. So trying to address all of the different layers and in a way that you can have services not only for those who are in a smaller or lower level of society, but also those who also wish to guarantee differentiated protection for their lives and for their health. It is necessary to reach these people. And I always use as an example, it's a very, it's an insurance, it's $990, which is the premium, and indemnity is $50,000. And I heard the declaration of a widow who lost her husband, and there was life insurance with us, and she talked about the importance for her to reestablish her life fully after receiving the indemnity that was given by this insurance and after she received it. So $990, where the lowest levels of society can reach, but the relevance and the importance that this brings in terms of bringing comfort to the people who survived after the death of a dear one, and that's very important, and this should be as relevant as necessary.
And from there on, there are several opportunities for business. So it's necessary that we have in mind not only the business for business, but business as a means to reach the social layer that needs the most, the business as a way to reach the society where it needs protection. So talking about insurance, talking about pensions with high and relevant numbers or features for our market that not always is disseminated. And I insist each time we need to disseminate our market more, showing that we are educating and telling the community that this is paramount, such as the American society, European society, they already enjoy this at its plenitude. The vision of this market should go beyond a protection for the environment. And this is a point that I'd like to tackle. It's much more than an insurance for the environment or made for the environment. So this insurance should be faced as something different, something that covers and that has a protection meaning that is totally different. So this is what I emphasize, I highlight. We shouldn't be linked solely to the environmental issues. It's important, it's relevant, and it deserves to be taken care of. But our market has to have a broader spectrum to reach people, processes, and obviously companies that need them. It's also necessary to have a broader connection towards protection. This protection concept that I have verbalized in all the meetings I've been at. So protection itself is a defense. It's support. It's about shelter. It's about taking care. It's about transmitting safety to all that acquire our products. That's the main mission, Diogo, I would say, in our market. It's to try to transmit to the society on all its layers the sense of defense, support, shelter, care, and the transfer of safety. People, when they have our product, they have to feel safer and above all, more protected. This is the understanding of our market that is under the umbrella of the Federal Confederation of CNseg, presided by Diogo Oliveira. This way, with this understanding, the market understands its role, its mission, and above all, the purpose that we have in order to go towards. And Bradesco Seguros companies that were the first insurance companies to adhere the principles of insurance and sustainability globally, together with the UN program. From there on, the companies of the group basically had 4 pillars in order to make the major difference in this approval. First of all, the engagement with people. And that is paramount, not only culturally, but obviously so that we could proceed in our mission. Engagement of people means to have a more active listening with clients, with the workers, and with the society in general, besides the agents, brokers that foster commercialization of this product. Secondly, or second pillar that we adopt at Bradesco Seguros Group, that's financial education, and that should be seen by all of us as an instrument of citizenship to offer financial education to the society transcends the presentation of a product. It's a feeling of citizenship that we have to feel. Third pillar, sustainable business, to map products, coverages, assistances, and services so that we can be always updated with the needs of the society so that we can deliver the products that most adequate to these necessities. And fourth pillar, we have always thought of the environment and climate changes that affect our health, our wealth, our assets and resources. So the search for indicators and the continuous improvement of our operations. So in order for us to manage correctly, respecting the climate issues, sustainability of the environment, and the sustainability of business, we need and we have to search for the main indicators. Identifying these indicators, we can carry out a differentiated management. But then you ask, what is the vision that you have for the future? the insurance industry as managers and as risk takers protect the development and this is a way that we have to think about the post-pandemic times. And
se nós formos verificar no período pós-pandemia,
and nature is calling us to that. Post-pandemic, the market that showed more resilience and closer to adequate to the necessities of the society was the insurance and capitalization market, and the pension, private pension programs. And we have the duty to transfer all that to and inform society about that. The commitment of the market with sustainability is permanent, and we do believe that the sector of insurance should and must be the main actor on the most resilient communities, the most inclusive and sustainable communities. As inducer agents to protect people, the insurance companies play an important role so that the transformation can happen. This is our vision. This is the vision of the market of insurance and pension plans and capitalization. And talking about the companies and the market, not forgetting two people that defend sustainability, I must mention them. Valdirene Secato, our sustainability directors of Bradesco Seguros Company, and Ivani Benazzi, both superintendent of the Bradesco Seguros team. They are enthusiasts on this topic, and they make the difference so that the companies of Bradesco Seguros Group, a leader company in the national territory, and that now, according to the last researches, is the company that is on the first place in Latin America as the #1 insurance company of Latin America. So it's important that us, as leaders, lead not only business, not only the numbers that are important, but that we can lead a differentiated campaign on sustainability. So this is how I understand this topic and issue, and that's how I intend to defend our interests on the market of insurance, private pension, and capitalization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ivan, for those words of leadership. It's great to have the continued commitment of Bradesco and the Brazilian insurance market in general to the sustainable insurance agenda. I'm going to give you, many things have happened since 2012, so I'm going to give you a very concise summary of the journey so far on what has happened since Rio, and that has brought us to Belém, and hopefully the panels today will take us forward into the future with a lot more commitment and momentum. So when we started work with the insurance industry, we always knew that in order to harness the full potential of the insurance industry for sustainable development, we need to harness its triple role as risk managers, as risk carriers, and as investors. UNEP has been working with the institutional investment industry for many years already. That includes institutional investors, such as insurance companies, and also pension funds and sovereign wealth funds. What was the result of that work? The Principles for Responsible Investment in 2006 that was launched by Kofi Annan then as the UN Secretary General at the New York Stock Exchange to usher in the global responsible investment movement. So what we did at UNEP was to work with insurers on the other side of the balance sheet to make sure that building on the momentum of responsible investment, we can also cover the entirety of the insurance business by covering underwriting and linking it with investment management. So in that earlier work, we were already talking about taxonomies of sustainability in insurance. It's not only today. In 2009, we were already talking about a taxonomy for sustainability within the insurance market. And this journey, actually, before it landed in Rio, went around the world. In fact, before we went to Rio, we were in Sao Paulo already for the Latin American consultation. What was the result of this? The result were the Principles for Stable Insurance that were launched by then UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, together with insurance industry CEOs during the UN Conference on Sustainable Development in Rio. So I think Yvonne had mentioned the PSI, but they are built on the spheres of influence of an insurance company, integrating sustainability into core business, working across the value chain, recognizing that we can't do this alone. Insurers cannot do this alone. We need to work with governments, policymakers, and regulators to move the transition. After we launched it, these were some pictures in 2012 of the meeting that happened in Bradesco's offices with the late Marco Antonio Rossi as the CEO of Bradesco then. And obviously, I've become younger since then. We have done so many things since then. We have also engaged with insurance policymakers and regulators on the agenda, and we had early movements on creating a forum for insurance supervisors to bring the sustainability agenda also into the discussion when it comes to insurance regulation and supervision. We have moved forward by creating the most important global frameworks on embedding sustainability in the insurance business, be it on non-life or life and health business. We have started using climate change scenarios into the way insurers model climate and catastrophe risk. So many things have happened. We celebrated our 10th anniversary at the Swiss Re Center for Global Dialogue in 2022. And there's a path forward that we have also embraced since then. We have realized that we need to also encourage and drive greater climate resilience in the global south because they are on the front line of the climate crisis. And we have partnered with finance ministers from all over the world. In fact, the V20 were originally 20 finance ministers. They are now 70 finance ministers from developing countries across the globe. And how fitting it is that we are having this House of Insurance and COP30 in the Amazon, because last year we formalized decades of work by UNEP with the insurance industry on nature, be it on illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, or nature-based solutions that has now been formalized as a formal working group within the PSI. This is not a Brazilian story only. This is not a European story. This is a global story. This is a movement that has now spread all over the world, in Costa Rica, in California, in Colombia, in Canada, in Australia as well. And just last year, we had a Global Sustainable Insurance Summit that was hosted in California. It happened again this year. We did a European version in Dublin. And just also this year, we were talking to the markets in Asia. We now have the leading Chinese insurers, the leading Japanese insurers, the leading Korean insurers, the leading Singaporean insurers as part of this global movement on sustainable insurance. And in fact, China is an interesting story when it comes to the energy transition. 10 years ago, I was part of an international expert group that was created by the Central Bank of China and UNEP to better understand how we can establish China's green financial system in terms of banking, insurance, and investment. And we were discussing then that if China were going to be implementing what is in that 2015 report, my colleagues and I were discussing that 10 years from now, they will be a dominant leader in the clean energy transition. And if you look at where China is right now in terms of the clean energy transition, they are dominant is an understatement because they are pursuing the clean energy transition in scale and in speed. And of course, throughout this journey, the Brazilians have always been there. When we wanted to launch the PSI in Rio, the Brazilians said, come over and we will do it here. When we wanted a commitment from an insurance market on climate risk transparency on the TCFD, the Brazilians said, come over and we will support you here. And when I met Jogo several COPs ago in Dubai and in Baku last year, why don't we have a summit at the House of Insurance? And that's the reason why we're here. The Brazilian insurance market has been a tower of power and strength in the sustainable insurance agenda, and this has positively infected the global insurance industry. This determination and leadership is now all over. So which brings us to the summit today, which also reminds me of a quote from the current UN Secretary General after COP28. The reason why we are in COPs, the reason why we are in summits is because multilateralism is still humanity's best hope. We need to come together and solve this together because no one organization or country can address the climate crisis on its own. And one of my favorite charts that I've seen from the IPCC is this chart. Why do I like this? I like this because I can see myself here. I can see my two young daughters here. I can see my parents here. Because ultimately for me, and I think for the whole sustainable development movement, sustainability is also about intergenerational equity. At this point in time, we are about to destroy the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So if we truly believe in sustainability, we must believe in intergenerational equity. And if I ask all of you who have sons and daughters, if I ask you, do you actually care for them? The overwhelming response is yes. And we need to show that in the way we act. In our office in Switzerland, we have these two plaques from 2012. When we renovated our offices in Switzerland, the admin people asked me, what do you want to keep? And the first two items I gave them were these two plaques about the launch of the PSI in Rio in 2012. In reality, the Bradesco plaque is a lot bigger than the CNseg plaque, but I just made it equal for you today so to make it more visual. But it's not in a fancy room in Switzerland. It's in the room where the interns are, because we want the young generation to embrace the sustainability agenda and be part of their adulthood and their careers going forward. So my last point that I wanted to share is about a quote in the 2018 report of the IPCC. When people ask us, what is it that you think insurers and the wider financial sector can do? And we think, my response is, I think it's from this author of the same book as The Little Prince, who said that as for the future, your task is not to foresee it, but to enable it. I think we are here today in this summit to enable the future that we want. And that future is something that's inclusive, that's resilient, and that's sustainable, so that present and future generations could lead lives with dignity and respect. Thank you so much. And I hope you appreciated the whole journey on sustainable insurance. A very quick check. We have a special announcement today. The principles were supposed to be global and universal. And for those of you who are in the insurance business, we know that there are insurers and reinsurers and brokers who are stock companies. There are mutual and cooperative insurers, but there are also captive insurers. Captive insurers are insurers that primarily insure their parent company in the real economy. And we have online with us the president of the International Federation of Risk and Insurance Management Associations, Frank Barron, who will be delivering a special announcement for us about sustainable insurance. Over to you, Frank.
Thank you, Butch. It's great to see you again. And,
Obrigado, Butch. É ótimo te ver aqui.
It is, dear delegate, it is an honor to address you today on behalf of IFRIMA, the Federation of all risk management associations in the world. We are the global voice of risk professionals committed to building resilient organizations and societies. So it cannot be more connected to what Butch just told you. Let me begin by lighting a vital component of modern risk financing: insurance captives. These are insurance entities created by organizations to ensure their own risks. Captives allow for tailored coverage, improved risk control, and direct access to reinsurance markets. They are not just financial instruments. They are actually strategic enablers of resilience. And that's why for IFRIMA, we are really pushing for the development of this solution within corporation and organization worldwide. In an era of climate volatility, of geopolitical uncertainty and emerging systemic risks, captives provide flexibility and innovation where traditional markets may fall short. Captives empower organizations to take ownership of their risk, allocate capital efficiently, and invest in preventive measures that align with long-term sustainability goals. And here again, with a very strong link to what Butch just told you. IFRIMA unites national and regional risk and insurance management associations from across the world. Our members include RIMS in North America, FERMA in Europe, PARIMA in Asia Pacific, and PHARMA in Africa, and others in the rest of the world. Together, we represent thousands of professionals who manage risk across industries and geographies. Professionals who are at the forefront of shaping strategies that protect people, assets, and ecosystems. This global network is a powerful force for change, driving better decision-making and long-term value creation. Today, as Butch alluded to, I'm proud to announce that IFRIMA and many of our member associations support the adoption and implementation of the UN Principles for Sustainable Insurance, PSI. These principles provide a powerful framework for integrating environmental, social, and governance factors into insurance and risk management practices. They are not aspirational, they are actually actionable. By embedding sustainability into our core processes, we can influence investment flows, incentivize green technologies, and accelerate the transition to a low-carbon economy. So why captives matter for sustainability? Well, actually, captives are uniquely positioned to advance these objectives. They enable organizations to underwrite climate-related risks, support renewable energy projects, and finance resilience initiatives that traditional insurers may deem too complex or for instance, unprofitable. So captives can also foster innovation that closes protection gaps, which is a critical aspect of our initiative here. In short, captives are catalysts for sustainable transformation. We believe that risk professionals and the insurance industry have a critical role to play in advancing sustainability. By aligning with the PSI, we commit to promoting responsible risk management, transparent reporting, and collaborative action across the insurance value chain. This is not just about compliance. It is about leadership. It is about using our expertise to anticipate risks, seize opportunities, and create systems that serve both business and society. Before the end of this year, IFRIMA and its member association will issue a joint declaration of support for the PSI, reinforcing our shared commitment to sustainable development, climate resilience, and inclusive risk management. This declaration will be accompanied by practical guidance for integrating sustainability into captive structures, ensuring that our words translate into measurable impact. So let us work together to ensure that risk management and captives are not just tools for protection, but catalysts for transformations. Let us harness the power of insurance to build a world where resilience and sustainability are not competing priorities, but complementary pillars of progress. Thank you for your attention and thank you for the opportunity, Butch.
Thank you so much, Frank, and thank you for your leadership at IFRIMA. Now we have the captive insurers and reinsurers part of this global movement. And now I'm honored to invite on stage one of the key architects of the Paris Agreement. I think we all know that we won't be making progress. And of course, there's always room for more without the Paris Agreement. If you look at the 5 people on stage when the Paris Agreement was forged, one of them is Laurence Tubiana, who's also the special envoy for Europe of the COP30 presidency and also president and CEO of the European Climate Foundation. In addition to Laurence, on that stage was the UN Secretary General then, Ban Ki-moon, Christiana Figueres, who was the UNFCCC Executive Secretary then, the COP president, and the French president. So we have so honored to have Laurence. We've had conversations with her throughout the year, and it's great to have someone who's so integral to the whole global climate movement to be with us here today and to show what her views are on the role of insurance in this multilateral process called COP30. Thank you and welcome, Laurence. Yes.
Thank you very much for these very kind words. And what fascinating first presentations. You know, I'm not from your business. I am an economist, a professor, and a diplomat. But really, I can tell how much I value the contribution of your thinking, your sector, to all the steps that we have been doing for the climate protection. Before Paris, I reached out to many of you to have your voice listened to by government, that the climate risks are there. And of course, all the presentation before me showed the travel. It's a beautiful travel. And I'm coming to you today to ask you for more, because we need you now. So thank you for UNEP and the Caisse Nationale de Seguros for convening this summit. And of course, we have in front of us that, and one of my targets for this COP30 is really to put insurance where it belongs. This is at the core of the COP discussion. Today, we are speaking about a fundamental challenge posed by the climate crisis, whether people can still insure the risk they face and on what terms. And across many countries, the answer is less and less reassuring. Premiums are rising, well, you know that everyday coverage is shrinking, and some products are being now withdrawn altogether. In places that used to think of themselves as low risk, like Europe, for example, climate losses are now frequent every year. Just remember that ECB, the European Central Bank, declares that 2025 summer, we have a loss of 43 billion of euros. So it's no more elsewhere or in the future, it's now and everywhere. So it's not just an economic development issue, it's a social and potentially a democratic one. Because when people discover, as you said, after a flood, a storm or a drought, that they are suddenly uninsurable, or that they can insure only at a price they can't pay, they lost confidence in the implicit promise that risk will be shared fairly. And when government has to step in again and again to compensate uncovered losses, public finance are strained and other priorities are pushed aside. So that's why I am glad that at COP30, we are ready to open that conversation. So first, let me talk about the protection gap you know so well. What this does to states, market, and people. In France, for example, the public reinsurer CCR has said average annual insurance losses have reached around 2.4 billion. And in 8 of the past 9 years, the CatNat, the catastrophe natural system we have in France, SHIM has operated in technical deficit and premiums could not cover the payouts. So that is in a very sophisticated insurance market in a high income country with a long tradition of public-private partnership on that. And Germany experienced much worse. After the 2021 floods, tell a similar story, less than 1/3 of the loss, and they were terrible, even in human lives, as you remember. The only 1/3 was insured, so the state level have to create large compensation schemes. That was the right choice politically, but it shifted a big and sudden burden onto the public budget. And of course, we have in a low and middle income countries, the starting point is much more fragile. The Insurance Development Forum, thank God it exists, it's a very important place, has reminded us many times that more than 90% of disaster-related losses there go uninsured. Pakistan 2020 floods caused roughly 15 billion dollars damage, almost none of it insurance. For them, the protection gap is not the future scenario, it's already there, the norm. There's different economies with different level of development, but the pattern is the same. When insurance retreats or becomes unaffordable, the state and ultimately citizens pay. It pays directly through emergency transfer and reconstruction fund. It pays indirectly, weaker growth in the affected region, and it pays in the long term through higher borrowing needs and some case through pressure on sovereign ratings. That's why some countries wouldn't like to say the risks they are faced with because that will degrade their appreciation on the international market. What a pity, isn't it? So there is another effect which is perhaps less visible but very important, access to credit. If homes, farms, small business infrastructure are uninsured or underinsured, banks will lend less or will lend on worse terms. That's slow investment in mitigation and adaptation. It also slow investment in completely unrelated activities because collateral is not protected. What started as a climate risk problem because of development finance problem. And this is, as we recognized in the Financial Stability Forum, a financial stability issue. Now central bankers and supervisors are aware of it, but most still lack the mandate, the data. You spoke so well of the need of the data, and that data are shared. That is really necessary to monitor it properly. So we have a blind spot at the very moment when climate-related losses are accelerating. Above all, it's a fairness issue. Costs are not distributed evenly. Higher premium, uninsured losses, and tighter credit hit the least well off and hardest. So in this sense, the protection gap is also a fairness gap, deepening inequality within and between countries. So this is a negative part, but there is a very positive one side. Because it is why I believe insurance is such an important topic at COP30. Insurance and reinsurance can do several things that not other part of the system can do as well. You can spread risk and bring liquidity immediately after a disaster. And we know that it's the first day, the first week that count for supporting people that have been affected. It also protects the tax receipt and keeps local economy from entering a long period of below trend growth. Second, it can reward prevention and resilience because that could be an activity, insurance, becomes an incentive for better land use planning, for coastal protection, for building standards, because the risk is spread in the real way. Insurance then become part of the adaptation policy, not a substitute for it. And that's something we have to make understand these negotiators who don't understand so much the issue most of the time. And through their role as long-term investors and underwriters, insurers can make climate positive projects bankable. Lowering the cost of capital through underwriting policies, it can make it harder for capital to continue to flow to activity that make climate risk worse. We have already seen models that help to protect this function. In the UK, flood rate has helped keep cover affordable for many households by spreading risk more intelligently in public backing. Regional level, this risk pool mechanism has shown that when countries act together, they can buy more protection for the same amount of money. So we know that can be done, but we know also that examples are too slow, too fragmented, and too dependent on individual champions. By a global coherent view of what climate risk will do to insurance market, to fiscal position and financial stability. So what needs to change in my view, and it is a moment to do, what is missing today in the systemic approach? We need an approach that and I cannot insist enough. The first element of such an approach is evidence. At the moment, we don't have a global share view of where the risk are. Institution to anticipate where reconstruction costs will urge. You know, in Germany, after the flood, the buildings were put in the same place. So there is something like a blind spot. And this blind spot is the thing I would like really to attract your attention to. The second element is integration. Insurance is too often treated as something that comes after disaster, as a response. It should be written much more clearly into nationally determined contribution, national adaptation plan, that it is part of the process. The third element is fairness and sustainability, and how residual risks are shared. Some of the costs will inevitably fall on households and firms, some will fall on insurers, some will fall on taxpayers. But without deliberate and program frameworks, the burden will fall on those least able to bear it, and incentive for prevention will be blunted. So I think the public-backed reinsurance system can help, but they should be designed with clear conditions, including on alignment with the Paris Agreement. And that was the story of responsible investment, and insurers are so important. So I am proposing for this COP something I would like you to support. I think we need a task force on insurance, climate risk, and resilience that the presidency of the COP30 launched immediately after. Brazil has rightly chosen to make this COP about implementation, about credibility, and responding to the real economy and social consequences of climate change. Insurability fits exactly in that agenda. So I propose an international task force on insurance, climate risk, and resilience. And it should bring together those who understand risk in practice, so you, those who have to manage the public consequences, finance ministers, central bankers, and supervisors, and the international financial institution UN system. This task force should do 5 things. 1, again, the blind spot. Map risk and protection gaps across regions, sector, and income levels under different climate scenarios, and make those findings public. 2, give practical guidance to government and regulators on how to keep market functioning under rising climate stress. And 3, it should build capacity in finance ministry and supervisory bodies, especially in developing countries. They don't exist always. And 4, it should identify how to mobilize more transition and resilient finance from insurers during their role as investors and underwriters. And 5, we should address equity and affordability head-on so that solutions do not entrench inequality or reward maladaptation. In fact, it's very encouraging to see number of the UNAPFIT moving in the same direction in their own communique. Thank you again. The signal is there. Also, warning the crisis of insurability and supporting the idea of an international task force, signaling that the sector itself is ready for a more structured international response. But I think a word on courage. I want to say something that is perhaps less comfortable. Insurance leaders were powerful voices in the turn-up of the Paris Agreement. You understood systemic risk, the cost of delay. You were not afraid to say that the world needed a clear direction of travel. Today, climate impacts are much more visible. Insurance systems are under more pressure. Political support for climate policy in some countries much more fragile. So in this context, again, I tell you, your voice matters even more. If you see climate risks that are becoming unmanageable, say so. If you see that markets alone can keep essential coverage affordable, say so. Explain it clearly, not only to central bankers and regulators, but to the finance minister, to mayors and governors, and I must say to the public as well. Market cannot fix this on their own. But without the information, the experience, and the leadership of this sector, government can respond in improvised, if not, can provide expensive and sometimes unfair ways if they are not giving that information. So a more orderly, more predictable, and more equitable path is possible, but only if you help design it. I've been talking to you many times in the last 2 years. I understand the pressure on the sector. I understand the fear, one on the investment side as well on the protection side. But that's the moment you have to raise up and to stand up and say, we will tell you the truth and price the risk. So climate change is challenging a basic social promise, and when disaster strikes, we share the cost and people can rebuild. If that promise fails, the economic consequence will be heavy, but the political consequence could be even heavier. So COP30 is the right place in the Amazon to say that adaptation, resilience, and protection are not secondary issues, but that require more transparency, more cooperation, and more political engagement that we have seen in recent years. But we have done this before. 10 years ago, ahead of Paris, insurers were among the most constructive and credible allies. I was there, I can testify. So I would like to see that leadership again in Belém. It is really the right place to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laurence, for those inspiring words and for all your support. I think we can feel the momentum here in Belém happening on the role of insurance and in the COP30 process. But why don't we take that further into the panel discussion we have today? Because Laurence was asking for leadership. We have leaders in the room, all of you, and also on stage, who can make decisions on the role of insurance and sustainability. So I'd like to call them on stage. So we have Laurence again, obviously. We have Michelle Yes of Zurich Insurance Group. We have Claudine Blamey, who's going to be joining us online from London in the UK. Aaron is here, and obviously Jogo as well. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Here we go. So I think the panel was listening attentively. So the challenge has been set by Laurence, actually. She ended with a call for leadership. And so why don't we take it to the panel to show us what that means? Let's start with Michelle Yes, the chairman of Zurich Insurance Group. I can think of no other person probably who can encapsulate everything that we're feeling here in the House of Insurance, because Michelle, before Zurich, was this group CEO of Swiss Re. He signed the Principles for Sustainable Insurance in 2012. He was based in Latin America as head of public-private partnerships. Laurence is at the Insurance Development Forum. He's the chair of the Insurance Development Forum, and he's also the chair of Zurich. So I think it's good to start with you, Michelle. I mean, you've heard so much input already, and the challenge has been set. Would be great to hear from you on what leadership is at this moment in time.
Thank you very much, Butch. And to complement the story of Butch, I must say that my professional career started also in Brazil, absolutely not in insurance. I was working in ceramics at that time, but Brazil is definitively close to my heart. And I want to thank the Brazil Association of Insurers to organize this House of Insurance close to a COP. I think it's very, very important. And Laurence, you're totally right when you say, stand up, let your voice be heard. It is probably something which is not as natural as it is by other industries. I think it's time for insurance to definitively make people understand the added value which can come naturally from what we do. I will probably also say that when the world was reorganized, and people who know me know that it's something I like to say very often, when the world was reorganized by Bretton Woods, everything was reorganized, the arts, UNESCO, the banks, World Bank, peace for the world, but nobody had the idea of creating a world insurance, which in all fairness would have saved me an enormous amount of time explaining to finance ministers what insurance can bring to what they have to do. So that is something which for me is quite important. Now to come to the subject as such, challenge of insurability. I think there is a lack of insurance across many countries. That's clear. If you see what is happening last year, that's my old house statistics, 318 billion claims relate to global climate. Of those, only 40% were insured. I think that's one of the key issues that we have to face. We are not reaching the level of penetration. And here I'm not defending our business case. It's not increasing our business case, but that means that there are 60% of the place on this planet in which the notion of risk that we could share with people who are responsible at government level is not shared at the level at which it should be shared. So we are insurers. We can contribute to post-event easing of the situation, but time has come to explain to the people, and it's not political. Resilience is not political for us. Resilience is simply we observe that claims are intensifying. They're getting each time more costly. We are reaching in some places level of insurability which are on the edge. So the moment is there to make sure that not only we pay claims once they happen, but we also help people to avoid them. And when I say people, I mean also government. So that's probably one of the key elements that the insurance industry can also bring to the table. Besides increasing its penetration, making sure that we also participate to the understanding of risk by people taking decision. And I think that is something which is very important. We have to mainstream prearranged finance into public development plan. We have to make sure that the money doesn't come systematically after, but it comes before, because it's 5 to 10 times more efficient when it comes before. But to summarize, I must say, I like to call to action, which is quite something that probably the insurance industry needs in order to make sure that we leave this position of being the little brother of the banking industry within the financial sector, but definitively to start the people who pretend and we know about risk, we can speak about risk, and we can also help you to establish plan which makes sense. And I would say the majority of what I say is directly applicable. It's not a plan for the future. We can start very, very soon to be much more present in the discussion around the risk on this planet. And again, it's not political, it's simply observing the numbers and wanting to react.
Thank you so much, Michelle, for those opening words. And I think it's important to have leaders like you. You are one of the most influential people in the global insurance industry. Can I just have a quick follow-up? Because Laurence was asking for leadership. I think you're trying to encapsulate that, but not everyone in the insurance industry is here like you. And I can say that if there's going to be more Michelles out there, we'll be in probably a stronger momentum. What can we do to galvanize that momentum?
Well, IDF is one of these initiatives in order to do that. Making a joint venture with the United Nations, with the World Bank and the insurance industry, and realizing that there is one key word in everything we do on this planet, it's together. It's not public, private, it's together. And together we can achieve a lot. And when I see the future of the insurance industry, in all honesty, I see that very bright because unfortunately there are a lot of risks, but I see that also very bright because we can contribute to the mastering of these risks with government and with the people in charge of making sure that this planet is going in the right direction. And again, it's not politics. It's just the truth and making sure that everybody realizes the truth and that we want simply to make sure that positive things happen on this nice planet that we're living in.
Thank you so much, Michelle. And it's good to hear that people like you and peers in the industry stand ready to work together with other sectors to make this happen. Why don't we hear from another global insurer? And I think we have Claudine Blamey from Aviva Group joining us in London. Claudine, can you hear us loud and clear?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Great. You're on. What's leadership for Aviva?
So maybe just a little bit about Aviva. We are a major UK. We also have a presence in Canada and Ireland. We have over 400 billion of assets under management, at 19 million customers across those territories. Our customers range from individuals all the way up to multinationals, commercial businesses. And I think I like to mention our purpose because it's very apt for this. It's being with you today for a better tomorrow. And we really, really believe this and we truly kind of live this on a day-to-day basis. And I think it's also important to mention that sustainability is at the heart of our strategy. So it's one of our 4 pillars. Aviva was the first major UK financial services firm, for example, to publish 2 transition plans, latest of which was published in February this year. That really demonstrates our commitment for an inclusive transition to a low carbon economy. But that climate resilience is a big part of that. And being nature positive is also a big part of that. So our transition plan covered all of these areas: just transition, nature, resilience and adaptation, as well as reducing carbon emissions. So I think I mention that because for the long term, we've got to look at this as a whole kind of systemic issue. It's not just about reducing carbon. It's not just about looking at nature, but the whole thing together as one picture. And I see that as leadership. So as we've heard, as climate risk rises, gaps are widening very much in the UK. Problem is, but how do we solve it? And that's the conversation we need to have now. One of the things that we've done recently and actually launched earlier last week was I chair a coalition now called Flood Action. Flood Action is bringing together government, landowners in the UK, the finance sector, so insurers and banks, as well as big infrastructure companies, so highways agency, the water companies, bringing all of this together to create a financial model to mitigate particularly flood risk across the UK. And we think we'll be able to raise 1 billion by 2028 to use nature-based solutions to mitigate that flood risk. And I think those are the kinds of examples that really show leadership in this space. So I'm all about what can we do? Less talk, more action.
Thank you so much, Claudine, for those words. And it's great to have an example that's happening in the UK, where actually the collective effort that the Brazilian COP presidency is seeking is something that you're trying to do, I think, in a multi-stakeholder way there in the UK, which is good and bad, because I think it's good that it's happening, but the fact that this is now the insurability challenge and flood risk is now not anymore a global south discussion, but it's happening in London, Manchester, Australia, and California. It's a cause of real concern, because I think this is where the agenda is also now stating that we are all in this together. And I think, to Michelle's point, we need to solve this ourselves together. Why don't we bring it back to the Amazon and here in Brazil to hear more from Diogo, from a Brazilian perspective, on what can we do to champ this agenda of understanding risk, resilience, and sustainability here.
Alô? Bom, boa tarde novamente a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. Butch, I think we have to start to accept Lawrence's provocation that the insurance industry globally has to step forward and become the main actors in this discussion. And I believe that, in a way, it is very sad that we remained away from this discussion for such a long time, because we are far from this discussion. It's no surprise when Michelle says the whole discussion went to the financial side, historically speaking. And today, we begin to review this strategy, and once again, insurance is in the place it should be. But there are some internal issues that the insurance market also needs to accept in its role. And one of the issues is we cannot accept the hypothesis that there is a region or a risk that is not insurable. So the insurance sector has the possibility to create solutions for catastrophic risks, different catastrophic risks, so satellites, for nuclear plants, and for very risky things. And we can build solutions that are shared. And this is a specialty that the insurance sector has that makes it different from all the others. We have a global transfer network for risk that can be used once again for solutions that have to do with climatic risks.
Nessa transição é nós cairmos
in this transition is to drop into the temptation of choosing risks. And I've said that the major problem on climate changes for the insurance sector is a risk that will be present in all that we do. It will be present in automobiles, in residences, in lives, health, absolutely everything. So there is no hypothesis that the insurance sector, whether in Brazil or globally, will harvest the possibility of non-accepting the climate risks. So if this is not an option, we have to embrace the climate risk topic and face the difficulties that are around the climate risks. Those risks are very hard to model, to pricify, or to put a price on. And I must remember that the risk of this industry is the climate risk. All of you know the history of the creation of the climate risks from navigation, which was a climate risk. So we do not have even the excuse to say that we have never dealt with climate risks. And we have to embrace this agenda with leadership and the call that Laurence does. The global leaders must step ahead because, not because there is a huge market to be developed, but mainly in understanding that if we do not fulfill this social function or role, we will lose legitimacy as a business or industry. This is the main social role, to offer to the society solutions for the risks that involve society. And it's necessary to have clarity and notion that this is not going to be an easy process to build or construct, because we start from the point of unknowing this tool. On the first meeting, we have to explain to the managers what is the difference among insurance, investment, and financing, because for them, everything is the same. So we start from not knowing things. We have to build a reliable relation, and from that point, develop what will serve the ones that need it. So that's why we are here today. That's why we have this part at COP30, and we will be present in the future COPs, because this is building a relationship. Now, answering the question per se about Brazil and Latin American countries, we still have one step to go further. The production gap is much bigger. Michelle mentioned the production gap around 50 or 60% in the globe. We've had the floods in Rio Grande do Sul last year in the south of Brazil, and we paid approximately 1 billion euros, 6 billion reais in indemnization. So the protection gap was around 85%. On Friday, we had several tornadoes in the state of Paraná, and an emergency meeting was set up about the cyclone situation, and we said that we have a low number of insured people there, and for that reason, for the affected region. So in Brazil, in Latin American countries, we also have this legacy to overcome. So how do we intend to do that? And then comes a point that I think is valid for Brazil and other countries. On my view, there are no solutions that are exclusively for the market. In several situations, we will need to construct solutions that involve the participation of governments at a certain level, whether creating mandatory insurances, such as France did. They included in the insurance statements NatCat, for all the residents' insurances,
seja com soluções mais sofisticadas, como
whether on more sophisticated
né, que combinam o médico,
situations,
sistema sofisticado com seguro, com participações governamentais e outras soluções.
some related to the government, but
Nós não
summarizing,
podemos fugir do dever
we
do
cannot
setor de
escape
seguros
from
diante das
the
necessidades.
duty
Temos
of
longa
our
jornada
sector
pela
of
frente.
insurance. We have a
Soluções
long
precisam
way to
ser
go.
construídas com uma
Solutions
perspectiva
must be
global e
constructed
nacional,
with a
envolvendo
national
os entes públicos e privados.
and international view
Mas nós
involving the
estamos
public
muito
and private
otimistas e animados
sectors.
para fazer isso.
We are very optimistic in order to do so.
Thank you, Diogo, for those words. I think just like Michelle and Aviva and Claudine, seems like Brazil is ready to step up to the challenge. I'm gonna check in with you, Laurence, at the end of this panel after Aaron speaks on what you're sensing about leadership, whether you're hearing what we need to happen and to get this going here in Belém. But we also have WWF on the panel, and this has to be a whole of society approach. So civil society is an important part of the equation as well. So it's great to have Aaron here, and who's leading the global finance practice at WWF. Over to you, Aaron, on what you have to say.
Thanks, Butch, and good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, Butch, unfortunately, this is a very timely panel, right? A panel on insurability, because if you look at 2 weeks ago, what happened in Jamaica, big typhoon, there was a 7 billion damage. Many people lost their lives. And if you look at the damage, it constitutes about 1/3 of the GDP of Jamaica. And even if you look at the insurance sector in Jamaica for a developing nation, it's quite advanced, but we estimate that only a fraction of that money is insured. And it's going on, right? In the Philippines last week and this week, lives are being lost and because of weather-related events. So it's in this context that WF today launched its policy brief. It's called Tackling the Insurance Protection Gap. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank Laurence for her leadership and support for this policy brief and your inputs. And what I want to talk about a little bit is what is in the brief. And I will invite you to have a read. It's only 10 pages, so it's not a big report. But the brief is really talking about the rise of insurance premiums, the availability and affordability of insurance. And well, be assured that in this case, we're mainly calling on the policymakers who are attending COP30. And in addition to that, also on the ministries of finance, on the central banks and financial regulators and supervisors. Because we want them to respond adequately to this insurance protection gap. And this requires a strategic response that goes beyond risk transfers. Because if we would just redistribute the risks of insurability among the economy, that would mean that the increase of the insurance gap would continue to exist. And it would mainly mean that the deficits would end up in the budget of national governments, on the balance sheets of national governments, deploying that to disaster relief and also to public insurance schemes, right? So what the stakeholders, which I just mentioned, need to do is look at the root causes of the insurability, which of course is climate change, but it's also the reinforcing issue around decline of nature, degradation of nature. And being WWF, I want to dive a little bit deeper into the topic of nature, because as we all know that the insurance protection gap is caused by severe increase in severe and frequency of weather events, is also caused by the degradation of nature. Nature has been decreasing 60% since the 50s last century, and nature is in this way losing its protection function and is aggravating the causes of climate change. So look at Valencia, right? Last year, the city of Valencia was surprised by a high rainfall, but also a very rapid runoff to the city of Valencia. And it took everyone, especially the authorities, by surprise. And why was that? Because in the past decades, the city of Valencia have been converting forest, wetlands, floodplains, and in that way, the function of nature was taken away to buffer, to store a high rainfall, and that caused the high runoff to the city of Valencia. But on the positive side, if you look at the Sandy storm more than a decade ago, it was actually because of the investment by the US government in wetlands that about over 600 million damage was avoided for the city of New Orleans. So according to WWF, the best risk reduction for governments, but also for financial regulator, is climate mitigation, but also in proliferation in investment in nature-based solutions. And it's encouraging to see that if you look at emerging markets, if you look at developing nations, actually, because of the insurability of businesses and people, they are ahead of the curve when it comes to investing in nature-based solutions. So WWF has a partnership with the Asian Development Bank. We are part of a Nature Solutions Financing Hub, where ADB has put a commitment of 5 billion investments in nature-based solutions in the coming 5 years in Asia Pacific. So I think these examples need to be copied by developed nations. And well, the example Claudine gave from the UK government on investing in climate resilience, climate adaptation is a good example. But I encourage developed nations also to think about how they can replace gray with green infrastructure.
Thank you so much. Adaptation. I think what I'm sensing from the panel is that there is an alignment in terms of there has to be an intervention, a systematic intervention across the entire continuum of risk, from sources of risk like emissions and nature loss to making sure that we are coping with physical impacts all the way to residual risk through efficient risk transfer solutions. I'm going to turn over to Laurence to check on how you've assessed so far. You've set the challenge for leadership. What have you heard so far? Is this measuring up to what you have put forward?
The commitment, and but I really want you to speak loud. If I would say one thing is say so. And you know, it's a long list of things you have to say. You have to say things about how you view at different level of the economy of nations and region and even individuals, how you contemplate the risk without being afraid of, oh, they are telling us the catastrophe coming in. I see this fear that maybe some will say, oh, you don't want to support us, or we cannot tell you the sad story that can happen. It's just having a more mature society, more mature government, more mature financial institution and banks that really look at the reality in front of them. So I think we are in a good shape now. There is a topic is on the agenda. I reading the Baku to Belém roadmap. There is something there, but not enough. So what I would like to see is you calling for this follow-up after COP30 to operate and bring the two legs of your business, the risk appreciation and the investment part. And they have to talk to each other. Sometimes, even in companies I know well in France, the very big ones, they don't talk to each other. Again, just as an anecdote, some have lost in their climate risks, they have lost a certain amount. exactly the same amount this year. It was in 2024, as much as their revenue for their investment in fossil fuel. This will do only degrade over time. So I hope this consistency will be part of the discussion. That's why you need the central bankers and Minister of Finance with you. But I'm confident it's the first time it's there, so we should be hopeful.
Thank you, Laurence. Michelle, did you want to add, on that? Having heard from the panel also and what Laurence has said about the voice can be stronger. It could be...
That the voice can be stronger, I can only agree. There is, again, do you know any finance minister who has a background in insurance? No, they're all ex-bankers. So it's not only the voice should be stronger, but the penetration of insurance should be bigger by the responsible of our countries. I must also say, I need to share with you probably the biggest frustration of my professional career. There are a few, but this one I can share. We started a little bit more than 10 years ago trying in Davos to spread the idea by countries to create the concept of country risk manager. Let's be fair, even in the insurance industry, the chief risk officer has been created probably 40 years ago, not more than that. Simply in order to have somebody with whom we can speak, somebody we can explain definitively what is happening in his or her country, so that we have a kind of exchange with somebody else than the finance minister, who is always asking, okay, what does it cost? Does it make sense? Does it make sense? And we never achieved the penetration at that level. So I think we need a common effort on both sides to understand a little bit better the added value that we can bring. And I must also say, one of the added value is to simply put on the table the price of the decision which are not taken. That is definitively one of the real impactful added value of the insurance industry. It's not only to explain, okay, we can go in this direction, not, it can also say, if you don't want to take this action, it will cost you that. And it will cost you probably in humanitarian drama, even financial drama. So this aspect of our profession, bringing probably the reality on the table and starting to discuss seriously about the way to address it, is something that we need to accelerate. But we cannot accelerate on our own if it's not accelerating on the other side. And I must finish by probably one of the biggest challenge of some of what is happening. You know, climate risk, the time horizon is definitely bigger probably than the time horizon that of a classical election in a democratic country. And if there is just one thing which is positive in the intensifying of climate risk claim, is that it brings a little bit closer to each other these two time horizons. I think even in a country in which elections are happening each 4 or 5 years, urgency is so intense that you need to do something before the next election round. But let's be fair, it has been a little bit of weakness 20, 30 years ago, when the claims were probably a little bit more rare and were not always corresponding to the democratic rhythm, if I may say.
Thank you so much, Michelle, for those very articulate but also very honest words. I think we can even be blunt. When people talk about finance, they don't mean insurance. And I think we need to understand that situation. So we've seen some progress, for example, in social and financial inclusion in low-income communities. And one of the things that I keep on hearing, aside from enabling environment and product innovation, is that there has to be better risk and insurance literacy with the low-income communities. I think what you're saying, Michelle, is that also has to happen with public authorities who have to better understand and be literate on what the insurance model is about and what it's supposed to do. Because I think if it's not aligned, then we're unable to harness that full potential.
If you allow me just a last comment on that one, our timidity, or you want to call it the way, brought us that worldwide, when I started my career, There was an insurance regulator, there was a banking regulator. All of that has been fused. There's just one regulator, and guess what? In 99% of the case, it's an ex-banker. So there is a price of being discreet. And we are starting probably to realize it's time to stop that.
Thank you, Michelle. And the role of a country risk officer is something also in the UNEP communique, something that you've championed in the past. Laurence, we should be having this. We should be championing this, because then you have a central coordinating authority all the way from assessment of risk, risk reduction, risk sharing, all the way to, I think we're safe here because it's the house of insurance. It's self-insured, it's resilient. So it's raining cats and dogs. I'm sure there's going to be no leaks here. But Laurence, we should be doing this, right?
Absolutely. And listening to you, I am struck by the fact that, insurance has a view of the future, and economists, I am an economist, are very bad at that. And really, the economist profession has played not a good role in climate risk. And, because they could not measure cost of inaction, they decided not to count on them. That was, unfortunately, and without being, too diplomatic, a Nobel Prize some years ago that be given to a very famous economist, William Nordhaus, that says that the optimum economy for climate, taking in account climate, would be around 4 degrees C of global warming. It's just an intelligent seriousness, facts based. And that's where I totally agree with you. Having only a banking regulator will always think that in the future we will manage. What the insurance people know, because there are laws of physics that are not the law of economy, while the law, or at least the imagination. Yeah, and I certainly will support it.
I want to check in with Claudine in London. I hope, Claudine, you can hear the discussion and on how we can be louder, clearer, and more relevant. And of course, modern day insurance started at a coffee house in London, Edward Lloyd's Coffee House. And it would be great to hear, what can we do to better amplify that role of risk and risk management to basically the broader public?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I think I like to come at it from 3 levels. I think one is reducing the risk and actually taking action to do that, which flood action is a good result of that. We are going to create wetlands, like our WWF colleague just said there, to be able to mitigate the flood risk that we're seeing in the UK. So that should help reduce the risk. And then we've got our customers. Everyone's got, in the insurance sector, have their customers, and be able to protect those customers if the event has happened. So in the UK, a good example is Flood Re, where we're helping build back better after the event. So then the next time that event happens, it's better. And then I think it's also about how do you give the kind of ability to the customer at that level to help themselves as well. So again, there are really good examples in the UK where we've created new apps, for example, for our customers who get a flood warning, they're able to prepare for it, they are told how to prepare for it, and then that really helps the matter as well. So I think there are various things that we can do at those levels. Whether all of these things are replicable across different perils across the world, question to be asked. I think there was also a comment about the regulator, and actually the regulator in the UK, PRA, has been really good. They are really pushing the sector, particularly around scenario analysis, which I think is so important. to really see that forward-looking element of what's coming and using the different scenarios to do that. The insurance sector hasn't been very good at that. We've always looked at backward-looking data, and that doesn't help. We need to start using forward-looking data to be able to then really help our customers when it comes to these events going forward.
Thank you, Claudine. Thank you for showing more examples of how we can communicate risks in a clearer way, whether it's through public-private partnerships, bringing it to the client, and also engaging actively with insurance supervisors. I know Michelle has a hard stop at around 4:05, and I think the panel has a bit more latitude, but I just want to check in also with the audience here quickly if there's any question for the panel. To be asked the first question in the summit. So you'll have that, just checking in. Okay.
Aqui de Belém, e eu sempre verifiquei a importância de ter uma educação para o próprio povo em relação ao seguro e a importância do seguro para a sociedade. Então, isso aí é trabalho.
I have always thought about the importance of insurance for the public and society, and this should be worked per person. And you detailed that you saw the importance of having initiative coming from the countries of working the issue of risk. We have to have a major awareness
with regard
about
to society.
towards the society. So my question is there an initiative
instead of working macro and the country as a whole, why don't we start working in the micro environment, in the communities, in the cities, and maybe this can be replicated in the future. And you know, Brazil, for example, has continental dimensions. So working on this, and there's lots of diversity, climate in the regions, and there's a series of differences between the regions. So it would be much more difficult for Brazil, and there should be something general maybe. So starting with something smaller and the particularities, and then we would be able to extend this initiative, this awareness. So it would not be a way of working on this environmentally or socially with regard to insurance, but the insurance industry. And the insurance industry would be able to model products according to each reality of these regions that are so different.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm not totally sure I fully understood your question, but I think that, you know, by IDF, this joint venture, World Bank, United Nations and insurers, we try to develop also solutions which are dedicated to specific areas, because the risks are not always the same. You know, the big risk is always when you find solutions which are applicable to a full continent. It is probably going a little bit too far. So it is definitively feasible, and it is done by IDF to develop solutions related to some part of a country, especially a country of the size of Brazil. And then, depending on that, you can see the way in which you can replicate it. I must say, in this approach, we are very, very happy that the World Bank is member of the IDF, for the simple reason that each year we have a meeting with people represented 25 to 30 countries, some of them having already started a solution and the other one wanting to learn from this solution. So sharing this experience is something which is absolutely vital. I agree with you, but and again, I'm not totally sure I understood your approach, but as far my interpretation of your question is, global is very nice, but try to be also a little bit closer to what the people are feeling. And if you're closer to that, you can be probably more efficient, and it can be sometimes also replicated. So it is done by IDF, and each time more intensively.
And I can say that I think if I also understood your question, you were looking at, different layers, micro, meso, and macro levels. And we can give many examples of what insurers and initiatives have done across many markets, from smallholder farmers to micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, all the way to regional risk pools in the Caribbean, Africa, and Southeast Asia. Yogo, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I would just like to add some technical appointments here, because it depends a little bit on what kind of risk are you talking about. In some ways, if you are talking a type of risk that is specific to the area, it can be easier to develop a solution that is local. But take, for example, the agriculture in Brazil. If we try to develop local solutions for that, probably the cost will be much, much higher, because you are taking only the cities where these risks are pretty high. So if you develop a national solution for agriculture, the average premium will be lower and much more people will be comprised on the solution. So yes, you are right that we should also look into the region and the local solutions, but it depends a bit on what kind of risk are we talking about.
Thank you. Michelle, just wanted to check with you. Are you leaving?
Well, to be honest, I will probably wait that it's... Sorry. I will wait that it's a little bit quieter, but definitively in the next 2-3 minutes,
Okay.
I need to leave you.
Any parting shot for you, Michelle, before you go?
No, I think, first, I must say it took us time. Since Paris, a lot of effort have been made, but I think insurance has never been as intensively mentioned as in the COP30. So I don't know who I have to thank. Is it Brazil? Is it God? I don't know. But insurance seems to be slowly coming as a natural parameter, helping us to reach what we want to reach. But it took us time. And in that sense, I share your total impatience. 10 years to convince people that when we speak about resilience, they could include in their equation insurance is not saying a lot to the intensity of our voice. But we are there.
Thank you so much, Michelle. And the showing that price tag for decision-making on what it will cost down the road now is really, really important for policymakers. So I think you're ready. You're happy to speak louder as needed. I assume you support Laurence's call for a task force to get this moving for COP, after COP.
I know the price of not supporting Laurence, so I support Laurence.
Thank you so much. And so we have, yeah. So we have 9 minutes left. Thank you, Michelle. Any other easy question from the audience? Yeah. Okay, checking. All right. Anything to add, Jogo, on, I think as we close this, I wanted to just give everyone a chance to see, we've heard a lot today. We've heard also from a bit from the audience on what it is that can be done and our expectations. So we cannot speak here and end here. So this has to go to the blue zone, to the green zone, to the Amazon, and further around the world. What is it that we can do, because it's a COP of implementation? What is the commitment, Diogo, from CNseg and yourself to get this moving further so that we don't end in Belém?
Yeah, but you are right. The movement does not finish here; it begins here, and I really would like to incentivize all the market and all the colleagues here in this panel that we need to build up during the period after the COP. We need to work with governments. We need to still pushing on this. We've made a lot of talks with the authorities prior to come here to the COP30. But as I said, it's always the first class. It's always explaining why they should be. And it's very funny because everybody there in the blue zone and the green zone are talking about climate risk. Isn't it very funny that the risk specialists are not taking part of the talks? That's completely inconsistent. So this is important for us to keep pushing. I'm very optimistic about the results of this COP30 because it is, in fact, the adaptation agenda that gained a lot of momentum in this COP, and is where the insurance is best located. I do believe that in the final declaration, in all the documents, official documents of COP, insurance will be considered in the topics of discussion and in the continuation of the discussions. But I really believe that we should not be content of the results with the results of COP30. We need to go much further, and to that we need to keep pushing. So of course I'm joining the task force that Laurence proposed immediately.
Thank you, Diogo. Claudine, I hope maybe you can't hear it, but the heavens are really making us speak louder and responding to Laurence's call to speak louder. What can we expect from Aviva going forward to make this resoundingly loud going forward?
I think Robert's idea is a great one. We'll join if we can. So I think first and foremost, I'd just like to say that we can't lose focus on mitigation. So we talk a lot about adaptation and resilience, and we must increase adaptation resilience elements. But countries have to increase their climate ambition and clearly outline how they're going to deliver them. Because without that, we really are going to be living in a world that we're not going to be able to live in. Impacts of the warming we're seeing today is nothing compared to what we'll see if we don't go about the mitigation element. I think we advocating in the UK in particular for the right types of planning rules, for example, and I think that's really important both here in the UK but also across other countries as well, to be able to have the right regulations in place, the right financial structure in place to help both mitigate and adapt to what's coming and what's already here in terms of climate change and how it's impacting people. So I think that for me is what we're going to do. And given that we have done a second transition plan, I would say in order to get on this ladder, everyone needs to do a transition plan to be able to show forward planning on how they're going to impact climate change.
Thank you so much, Claudine, for speaking very clearly that reducing greenhouse gas emissions and coping with the physical impacts of climate change are two sides of the same coin. We cannot do one but not the other. We need to do both. And I think to Aaron's point, we need to embed nature into that discussion for both resilience and greenhouse gas reduction. So, and kudos to Aviva on the transition plan agenda. I can also tell you that I think this global agenda of transition plan for the private sector will increasingly communicate with transition plans in the public sector so that insurance, lending, and investment will flow in the right direction. Aaron?
Yeah, thanks, Butch. I'll keep it short because of the noise. But I'm coming back to our policy brief, tackling the insurance protection gap. I really welcome the invitations from Laurence and others. We need coalitions, not coalitions to talk, but coalitions to act. And we really need to work with the insurance sector on one hand to share the data and point to where we have protection gaps. Yes, climate mitigation might take a while, but climate adaptation and investing in nature-based solutions can happen now. And I really like the examples that Claudine gave from the UK, spatial planning, advising clients where to build and not to build, how to underwrite nature-based solutions. So there are many, many ways how coalitions can work together to mobilize nature-based solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now.
Thank you, Aaron. And you're an extra, someone's bowling in the heavens, right? Laurence, I mean, well, we started with you, we'll end with you.
Thank you. So even if I have a small voice, I think we have to speak louder. Now you have to speak louder than the rain. That's a challenge. And I do think that different actors have to own the risk you are analyzing and presenting. The citizens first, they know, and they have to know what is happening or what can happen where they live. The government, the regions, everyone has to own these numbers. So it's a big effort on your side, but I think it will change totally the way people relate to each other and understand that this mitigation adaptation are the only one thing, it's not two things. And but people need the science behind that. And you are the people that can articulate that at every scale of the society. So I'm sure you will speak louder than the rain. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurence. Just to end, I think the task is clear. Now we have the force of the people on the panel, both public, private, and civil society. And that means the task and the force have to come together. We need that task force to carry the momentum now in Belém. We cannot wait. And thank you again for your support, because anything I think that is needed, we have the panel here, and I think the broader industry and key stakeholders to lend that support, to lend that voice for that, so that insurance and the whole insurance industry could be a clear part of the solution to the climate and nature crisis. Thank you so much. On with that, we have magically caught up with time. We have 30 minutes break right now, and we have another session to bring this agenda of insurability resilience to the emerging economy even more clearly. Thank you so much to the panel, Laurent, Diogo, Michelle, Aaron, Claudine, and thank you to all of you for being very patient despite the rain. Thank you.
Obrigada aos participantes. Teremos agora breve intervalo.
Thank you to the participants. We're going to have a break now, and we'll be back with a panel of building resilient communities and emerging economies. See you soon.
Ah, então é no outro, Desculpa, meu time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you all to return and take your seats.
Agora voltou.
A fita rosa.
Esse voz de Deus aqui do foyer, a gente vai ficar lindo. Estamos pronto? Ó, a Luiz já falou que tá todo mundo pronto. Precisa fazer outra locução de óculos. Quer fazer uma outra locução?
Senhoras e senhores, boa tarde. Convido novamente que todos retornem aqui à plenária.
Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you all to return to the auditorium to start the second afternoon round.
Boa tarde. Seguimos com a nossa programação com o último
Good
painel.
afternoon. Now we will have the last panel of the day, Building Resilient Communities in Emerging Economies. It will be presented the first panoramic study on insurances on micro and mid-sized companies by UNEP and B20 Sustainable Insurance Facility. I'd like to invite to stage Tomé Pedroso, assistant of the Fidelidade Committee. Also, Hassan El Sabrawishi, CEO from Accent International Markets. So please come to stage and take a seat. But Bacani, head of insurance of the United Nations Program for the Environment, and Luis Anderson, head of Global Climate Risk Advisory from AON. So have a good panel, sirs. Thank you.
Welcome back to the very green House of Insurance. I hope you've had some very strong Brazilian coffee during the break to keep us going for this next segment of the first day of the COP30 Global Sustainable Insurance Summit. We were really challenged in the first panel because it was raining cats and dogs here, and so we needed to really speak loud, as challenged by Laurence Tubiana. It has tempered a little bit, so I think our voice has been heard, but we're happy to continue the discussion today. Before we start with the panel, this is also a good moment for UNAP's partnership with the Vulnerable 20 Group of Ministers of Finance. They are originally 20 finance ministries from developing countries. We partnered with them a few years ago, and they have now grown to become over 70 finance ministries from developing countries. So it's a bit of a counterpart to the G20 because we're called the V20 because they are the most climate vulnerable countries. And they represent now 70 countries from the global south. So in many ways, this topic of insurability, inclusion, and resilience is an extension to this panel, but we are focusing on emerging markets and developing countries on this panel. So, so with that, I wanted to have an opportunity to share with you some of the insights that we got from a landscape study on climate smart financial services for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises in developing countries. So why is that important? If you look at the global south, there has been a study made that if you combine all the member countries of the V20 in terms of one GDP, they have lost 20% of their collective GDP in the past 2 decades because of climate-related losses. So that's 1/5 of their wealth. They could have progressed further in development, but that growth has been stunted because of that chronic losses. So we know that we are facing a cost of living crisis globally, and the more climate-related losses happen, whether it's in Jamaica or the Philippines, every time that happens, governments and the public need to rebuild damaged schools, bridges, and they have to borrow more money. So that means the climate crisis is perpetrating not only the cost of living crisis, but also the debt crisis of developing countries. So this is why a few years ago, UNAP partnered with the V20. And the reason why we're focusing on MSMEs is because in developing countries, most of the economies are made up of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. In fact, if you look at the whole world, in advanced economies, in developed countries, that can go as high as 2/3 of the economy. And in emerging markets in developing countries, it could go as high as 80% of the total economy. So if they are hit by climate shocks, then you can see that's amplified in the economy. It's going to be very hard to have sustained development. So that's why we focus on that partnership. And recently, we conducted that landscape study on micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, what they need, what they want, how can they be more resilient. And the study is going to be published in the early 2026, but we wanted to use COP30 and this summit as a moment to share with you early insights on that study. First, as I mentioned already, MSMEs make up the most employment in nearly every country. And bringing it home to Brazil, these are the figures. Roughly 63% of the Brazilian economy is made up of MSMEs in terms of employment. In terms of business value added, it's almost half. You can almost say that MSMEs are the forgotten middle because there has been a lot of experimentation over the past 2 decades on inclusive insurance for households. There are now regional insurance facilities for Africa, the Caribbean, and Southeast Asia. But the MSMEs, if you ask them, they have a chronic lack of access to insurance. And there are many reasons why they are vulnerable. They don't have diversification in terms of income. That's whatever they're doing, whether they're a fishball vendor, a barber shop, a vulcanizing shop, that's their only source of income. Every time there's a climate shock, there's a threat on the loss of income. There's not enough resilience building there because they have enough money for working capital, but the infrastructure is underinvested. And they're very exposed sectors like agriculture, for example. So if you look at simply the demand for credit from MSMEs and extrapolate that, there's going to be a huge demand for credit. They need working capital to get their business growing. And if you look at insured and uninsured losses on climate, it's also growing very high. So it's not very difficult to imagine that if they grow more, there's climate risk is going higher, then there's a need to better manage climate risk that's embedded in MSMEs. So what we've seen from this landscape study are early insights. We already can see that once there's a spike or a major climate event, there's a suddenly in the next 1 or 2 quarters, a loan restructure or loan defaults from MSMEs in terms of their terms with banks and MFIs. They are normally not covered in headlines. What's covered are government schemes at the national level or at the other end of the spectrum. So they are what we can say a forgotten middle. And we know that the trend is moving upwards. So that means risk is becoming cumulative, and we need to somehow manage that risk through better risk financing terms, better adaptation, insurance solutions, etc. So what we have seen is at the macro level for V20 countries is what's happening at the micro level for small businesses. So when there's what we call a double whammy, there's a climate shock impacting loss of income. And then when they have that shock, then their credit, access to credit and access to insurance is constrained, and even repayment is constrained. So if you put yourselves in the shoes of MSMEs, it's a very difficult situation with climate risk going higher. And we know that insurance risk modeling has already been helpful in better understanding risk. We know that insurance solutions, when they are in place efficiently, can work. So it's either we help them become more resilient, or we can almost imagine that economies in developing countries will be stunted, or if not undo a lot of development gains over many decades. So we have that choice. And for us, we think that we can help build more resilient MSMEs. So, and we've seen into this work that there are different ways for banks, MFIs and insurers to be able to have interventions with MSMEs, be it on risk awareness, insurance innovation, product, MSM get better data, all the way to layering risks through blended solutions, including insurance solutions, not only for MSMEs, but even for the loan portfolios of banks or accumulated risk exposure. So this is why we are pursuing this actively. We are working with the finance ministry. So Laurence was already saying that we need to make our voice clearer to finance ministries and governments about the role of the insurance industry. We have that partnership with them. We're working with the Global Shield Against Climate Risks, multilateral development banks like the Asian Development Bank, the Munich Climate Insurance Initiative, and we have donor funding not for the scheme, but actually for the project office at UNEP that's managing this effort. So as we speak right now, what our theory of change is that we think that we need to work with demand aggregators, such as banks and MFIs, who provide credit and working capital to MSMEs. And they have a vested interest in making sure that MSMEs are resilient so that they can also have credit access and repayment, are able to pay back their loans. So what we're doing is actually help banks measure the physical climate risk embedded in their loan portfolios. And then the solution comes with adaptive terms on lending. It could be insurance. It could be more disaster risk reduction for MSMEs. This is our gateway because a lot of the insurance solutions out there that we're seeing are donor funded. It's the premium is subsidized, and it can help the situation now, but it may not be a sustainable model going forward if a lot of donor money is also going elsewhere. So we are trying to see how we can aggregate demand. And thankfully, there's demand for this type of efforts, but it's being funded by the Asian Development Bank. We're working with financial institutions, banks, and MFIs in Latin America, Asia Pacific, and also Africa to get this demand aggregation clear so that banks, MFIs, and the MSMEs in their portfolios are actually more risk aware and could also benefit from risk sharing solutions, including insurance. So stay tuned for the publication of this landscape study. We think it will be helpful so that we can complete the narrative in terms of micro, meso, and macro levels of risk. So let's go back to the now to the panel discussion here. We are joined by a distinguished panel. We have AXA. Hassan is from AXA, a global insurer and investor, and his portfolio is totally emerging markets, which is great. That's exactly this is the session that is made for you. We also have Fidelidad in Portugal. Why Portugal? Why, you may ask, because they also have business in emerging markets in Africa and Latin America. And Tome can say a lot more there. And we also wanted to make sure that we have other parts of the insurance value chain. We have Liz Henderson, who's the global head of climate risk advisory at Aon. So she has a global role. She's a broker. Brokers are market makers between clients and insurers and between insurers and reinsurers. So they need to be part of this discussion. Otherwise, we cannot accelerate and scale in the pace that we want. Unfortunately, Sarah Jane Ahmed, the managing director for the V20 and finance advisor for the V20, could not join us just due to COP commitments that came up. That is the reality of COPs. We're used to that in most of these events, but I hope I've done justice to the V20 by presenting to all of you what we're doing with finance ministries from across the globe in terms of trying to build climate resilience. So let's get the show going, and let's start with Hassan from AXA on his thoughts about this topic of insurability, inclusion, and resilience from the perspective of emerging markets?
No, thank you, Butch. I hope you hear me well. But first of all, my hearts and thoughts are with you and with Philippines, because Philippines is currently, as you know, going through a very severe typhoon, and this highlights the crisis we are all going through. And just a reminder of this crisis, today we all agreed at the Paris Agreement that we should not exceed 1.5 degrees. Unfortunately, this was crossed last year. 2024 was the hottest year in record. I think we all now hear every time that every year is the hottest year in record. And again, as a reminder, every half degree more means 20% more droughts, means 30% more floods, means doubling of displaced communities in emerging markets. This is a severe crisis. It means that also if we do not act, the price is huge to all of us as communities, as governments, as citizens. And I personally travel all around the world, and I love to meet with customers and clients. So the MSMEs you're speaking about, Butch, these are shop owners, these are farmers, these are people who a storm actually wipes off their business, their dreams, the loan they took from a bank. So again, this is something that is touching people's lives. We were speaking with Liz and Tommy, before the session of how much we are so bad to really market ourselves as insurers. We're always seen as the bad guys, and we do not often speak about what we do good. And I don't think anyone dreamed when they were young to work for insurance. Definitely not me. But you know what? I'm very proud of what we do at AXA and what we do for many of the vulnerable societies. And we are working on three main aspects, if I may. The first one is de-risking, what we call de-risking investment. Any investor in an emerging market looks at three main things. Are there laws, regulations that allow me to get in and get out easily? Is there infrastructure that allows me to do business? And can I protect my assets and people? We estimate that every euro spent or dollar spent in insurance, actually, you're able to multiply this 4 times by attracting investment. The second part that we work on, and you know this very well, Butch, because we worked with you a lot, and thank you for your leadership on PSI. We have a team dedicated on what we call inclusive insurance. We work with millions of customers. Sometimes it's very difficult to even count them, but we're speaking about more than 20 million customers in emerging markets to really insure them with usually risks that they're not allowed to be insured on. And we do it at the fraction of the price. And we're now partnering with postal networks across different markets. In Egypt, for example, we just partnered with the post office in Egypt, and we do it at a fraction of a price. You can buy insurance that costs you less than a coffee in the local market. So we're doing it in health, we're doing it against climate related risks, which is really allowing us to reach millions of people. And it really made us change completely our model, because we had to do it without underwriting, with very simple process, and with the use of a lot of technology. If I maybe go through the third aspect, and we've invested a lot on this under the leadership of Martin, we work on infrastructure resilient, because we believe that the only way the world can now face the risks we're going through is by having a climate resilient infrastructure. Hospitals that can sustain heat, bridges that can sustain storms, buildings that can sustain rain and storms. This is what we believe is climate resilient infrastructure. At AXA, we've invested already, or we channeled around 7 billion euros on this. The IDF, and Michel spoke about this, we have the ambition to reach 10 billion. So we're really, really ahead when it comes to this. We've also mobilizing capital for emerging markets. And when you look at the toll last year only, and it was mentioned at the entrance of this forum, $360 billion of claims for natural catastrophes, 360 billion, and probably Liz can speak more about this. That means $1 million per minute, almost. 360 billion means $1 million per minute. Imagine the cost for the world when you spend $1 million per minute on climate-related change. And this is accelerating, and it will keep accelerating. To your point, 70% of the vulnerable societies who are faced with these claims are today not insured. And this is one of our main focus at AXA of how can we insure, and other partners, if I want to be nice to my competitors, we are trying to really cover this segment. So I would say, I will end by saying that for AXA, we see resilience not as something that we're faced with, it's a choice. And it's an opportunity, not only a risk, because if we change nothing, the price of inaction is much more than the price of courage. And the courage will be that we have to do something now, collectively. Otherwise, the 1.5 degrees will reach what we thought would be in the 1990s, which would be around 3.5 to 4 degrees, which would be catastrophic to this world. So I hope we use the COP30 as another wake-up call for us as an industry, for our partners in government, for our partners as policy holders, for customers who should be aware of the risks they face. Thank you.
Thank you, Hassan, and thank you for explaining clearly what AXA is doing on different fronts, on what it can do on investment, on what it can do with inclusive insurance, the use of technology, and also trying to see what it can do to work with different stakeholders to drive this agenda. I think the resilient infrastructure is really key. So to your point, and I also appreciate your empathy for my country, the Philippines, I was there in the Philippines in September, and I caught, at that time, the strongest storm in the world in September. That was Typhoon Ragasa that hit the northern part of the Philippines and went to other countries afterwards. 48 hours after, I just got out of Manila in time to be able to escape the next one that came in. And as you mentioned, I've lost track already of the typhoons because there's just been one after the other the past couple of weeks. And in between that, there was Hurricane Melissa in Jamaica. So there is this real debilitating issue in emerging countries about what can be done to build resilience. And I think you're offering shreds of hope there, because this cannot be a discussion about the problem only. It must also be a discussion about solutions. And I think it's great that you're already showing what AXA can do, even on the investment side. I mean, unless people know, at least if last I looked, I mean, total assets for AXA is over $1 trillion. And we're talking about hundreds of billions of economic loss, but that's 1 trillion company already in terms of how can we leverage all of that private finance towards building resilience across the globe. Let's move on and hear from Tome from Fidelidad in Portugal. I learned a lot engaging with Tome and his colleagues at Fidelidad, a lot also about Portugal and Lisbon. They have the oldest operating bookstore in Lisbon in the world. And Fidelidad itself, if I'm not mistaken, if João told me properly, I think it's the 3rd oldest insurance company in the world. So they've seen many generations. They've been resilient, they've been sustainable, and they have business not only in Portugal and Europe, but also in emerging markets. So over to you, Tome.
Thank you, Butch. It's a pleasure to be here in this panel. And as you said, Fidelidad is involved in 14 countries around the world, course, we are based in Portugal, but apart from Europe, we have a presence, a significant presence in Latin America, in the Pacific side of Latin America, not Brazil yet, and also in Africa and also in Asia. And this study that you shared at the beginning of this session is really interesting and goes down to the points that are critical for I would say not just emerging markets, because we face more and more similar problems also in more developed markets. We saw in the morning dengue in Europe. Who thought about dengue in Europe? Now we have. So SMEs, MSMEs, we have a lot of SMEs in Portugal too. Of course, we have a lot also in Latin America and Africa. I think the big difference is about, first, you need to understand the key factors of risk. What makes the risk similar or different from this place to the other? Second, you need to understand, based on those differences, how can you adapt to build a solution for that specific location? And for instance, when we are talking about MSMEs, I was for 5 years in our insurance operation in Peru. And in Peru, 70% of the economy is informal, 70%. So what does informal means? No income statement, no P&L, no taxes. No, it's another world. Yeah. But that's 70% of the country like that. So how can you ensure that? If you, no, just give me your balance sheet or your P&L. No, you don't have it. So you need to think differently. If you come with the same solutions that you always have, you won't be able to build a solution that adapts to that reality. So you need to understand what is different, to analyze the risk, to quantify the risk, and also to be able to face some risks, to be able to test, to be able to pilot those risks, and then to adapt and adjust. And that's what we have been doing exactly across these geographies, is not being afraid of doing differently from what we do back home, but being able to, based on the knowledge that we have, to study, to analyze, and go one step ahead. And this is rewarding because in many of these countries, we have been able to develop solutions that were quite innovative and were able to reduce the insurance gap, to make more people, to give solutions and hope to more people. And one of these examples was, for instance, in Peru with COVID. When COVID appeared, Peru was the second country in the world with the highest mortality rate due to COVID. And at the beginning, many insurers just thought, oh, we don't know this, we won't do anything, we cannot do anything. And we were able to develop a solution, an insurance solution, to pay for hospitalization and to pay for death in case it happened. It was quite innovative, so innovative that the government 2 months later adopted as a compulsory insurance for Peru. We invented it. We were not afraid of doing it. And it's these type of examples that can move the world further, that can make a better liaison between the insurance sector and the society and governments. And that's key for action. That's key to have this dialogue. That's key to understand the problems that surround us and to build solutions that answer those problems. And so we are working more and more on a dialogue between sectors, between universities, between society, between NGOs, because I think that's the only way that the insurance sector can be better understood, can be better implemented, and can have more impact in society. If we just stand out looking to be different and pretending to be different and pretending not to be understood by the others, that's no way. So we need to understand, to open the dialogue, to explain in simple words what we do, the way we have to do, the basic principles of insurance to be able to impact, to be able to act. And that's fun when we are able to do that, and that when we are able to create new things, to innovate, to learn with mistakes, but to reinvent ourselves. That's our job. That's our role to society. That's our role to the economy. And that's what I love to do. And we try to do at Finley Lab.
Thank you so much, Tome. I can also feel your passion for the work there, because in many ways you're describing what a risk manager truly is. It means understanding risk depending on the geography or the risk involved, adapting to the circumstances and tailoring solutions based on that. And I love that you gave a health example, because what I understand to be the global health protection gap is $800 billion based on figures a few years ago. That's a massive protection gap on health. So this is not only a non-life insurance discussion, it's also a health a discussion. And on both fronts, I think we can already sense how very progressive insurers like AXA and Fidelidad are really seeking ways to build resilience and to solve real world issues and make a difference. Why don't we move to Chicago, where Liz is based, but she has a global role as Aon is a global broker. They are insurance and reinsurance brokers. And I think she has a very interesting role on climate risk advisory. It would be great to hear a broker's perspective, because as I mentioned earlier, they are a key part of the value chain. Many markets are the first entity that they see are brokers, not insurers. So in many cases, they are the ones facing clients. And it's good to hear that perspective from Liz.
Thank you. And I appreciate the clarification of a broker from an insurer. We don't take any of the risk. We just pass it on to those guys. But yeah, this is such a great topic. And I've been listening to what the prior panel that we had and then what you guys had to say. And I think from my role at Aon, we're a global insurance brokerage. We operate in 140 countries around the world. We have more than 60,000 employees who are talking to our clients every single day about risk. And sometimes I get so surprised when I come to events like this and I hear people talk about the fact that the insurance industry is so quiet and we don't really have a leading voice in this really important topic. And it's true at these events, but actually every single day we are talking to our clients about how they can be resilient, help them to understand the actions they need to take in order to be insurable and in order to be survive after these events occur. I think the challenge in the moment today is that those risks are changing much more quickly than they ever have in the past. And we are the bad guys. But we actually sit side by side with our clients because it's just as important to us that we're able to mitigate against the losses from climate change. Since the year 2000, the industry has paid out $2.5 trillion in losses from natural disasters. That is the equivalent to Brazil's, well, it's a little more than Brazil's GDP, about equivalent to Italy's GDP. And to me, that says this is an existential crisis for our industry so that we can make sure that we're responding to these risks. 8 out of the last 10 years had losses above average. And we know that with the changing climate and the fact that we have already breached the 1.5 degree threshold, that we're going to see more and more of these losses occur. In fact, in Brazil, based on some of our own research, by the year 2040, more than 12 million people are going to experience flood who have never seen a flood in their hometown before. So events are happening more frequently in places where they've happened. and they're happening in new places where they're just not prepared and are not resilient to be able to recover against those. So to Aon, what are we doing? We're doing, and I liked, Hassan, what you said around thinking around how do we help our clients, and then also how do we find scale. So I'll speak mostly about how we're finding scale, because I think a lot of what you guys are doing, we're doing similar things. We've got more data in the hands of our colleagues. We're putting more data, embedding climate risk information into insurance making decisions, combining our risk engineering and loss control expertise so we can help our clients complete a full journey on resilience. But when I think about emerging markets and how we can find scale, I mean, I think that's really where innovation is needed. Of the 360 billion of losses that happened last year, only 40% were covered by the insurance industry. That's the global average. If you look at the global South and emerging markets, it's somewhere like 10, 20% covered by the insurance industry. The floods that occurred in Brazil last year, 97% of it was borne by the individuals and by the government and aid organizations. So there's almost zero insurance penetration coming in. And it's not as simple as innovating a new product and going and selling it. There's something about cost of insurance, the ability for individual homeowners, business owners, farmers to be able to afford a sophisticated product like a insurance product that AXA would offer. Not picking on AXA. But it's also education and trust that the insurance market will be there. And so at Aon, we're looking to how we can partner with countries and development banks to be that arbiter of trust for our industry. So there's a few ways that we've done that I think are pretty good examples of what we can innovate around and maybe think about how we scale. So first is a project that we did last year with the government of Colombia, in partnership with a client of ours who's a global coffee retailer. And the coffee retailer was looking at increasing coffee prices driven by drought and driven by economic well-being of the farmers. So farmers in Colombia are not only facing losses because these events are happening, but they're also leaving the business, stopping growing coffee because they don't see it as being economically viable anymore. And so this coffee retailer saw a risk in their supply chain. They came to Aon to ask us to help figure out what they can do. And we designed a product with the local co-op and the local farmers, subsidized in part by the government of Colombia and placed by one of our insurance partners in order to give farmers in Colombia access to a payout when the drought or when the excess rainfall occurs. That benefit gets paid directly to the farmer. And the outcome, the reason why this food company wanted to do that isn't to offset their own volatility, but they want to create a resilient community because they're dependent on it within their supply chain. So it's a small pilot, but that is an example of where we can scale, but we need that government subsidy. We need that local partnership in order to do it. Another example where we're working with governments, well, two more. One is, because you mentioned Hurricane Melissa, Jamaica has been purchasing catastrophe bonds in partnership with the World Bank for a number of years. And so it'll be the largest cap on payment to a sovereign entity of $150 million going to the people of Jamaica to help them to rebuild their infrastructure, hospitals, roads, and do the cleanup necessary after such a catastrophic event. The interesting thing I think about that product is that while it was in partnership with the World Bank, it was in partnership with private insurance companies, Jamaica purchased that bond many years ago. And they bought it year after year. They renewed it and they didn't use it. Many, many years they didn't use it. And then it was there when they needed it. And I think that's a really important thing to also understand about insurance. You're not meant to use it. And so as we start bringing insurance into the developing world and to support people through resilience, we actually need to make sure people understand it's an investment in your future. It's an investment against the worst case scenario. And so I think that outcome was extremely important to the government of Jamaica. But if the event had never happened, what potentially decision could have been made that was different, that they wouldn't have had that protection. And then the third example is work that we've been doing with the International Red Cross. So the Red Cross, you know, all familiar with that organization, I assume. They rely on donor funding, private donors and government donors to fund their disaster risk finance vehicle. And many of you know there's a donor crisis. Donation funds are going down. Some cuts from the USAID. Tragedy, I'll call that. And also private donations are down. So the International Red Cross came to us and asked us to help them figure out a way that we can design an insurance product that would help to protect against their disaster risk emergency fund, which helped them to expand their claim paying capacity. In 2023, we placed the product. In 2024, they had a payout, and more than 12 million individuals around the world across 10 countries have received payments because of this insurance product. That sounds like a big number, but it's so small when you're thinking about the scale of what's needed to bring insurance into these parts of the world. So I just share these examples as important ones to understand, important ways to think about the cross-industry and multilateral collaboration that's really needed. And the insurance industry, we're here as a loud voice, as leaders, in order to drive that investment home.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Liz, for those very clear examples. I think what's clear from what you've shown us is that innovation can come in different ways, right? And you can partner with different organizations with a shared interest, be it the Red Cross, the World Bank, or coffee retailers, etc., for the purpose of shared goal of having more resilience, having greater resilience. I think this agenda of scale is really important because I think we can probably all agree that it's the time for pilots should be over, and we should really thinking about speed and scale, because we need to be faster and at greater scale than what the climate crisis is presenting to us, and we need to be ahead of it rather than behind it. Otherwise, it will be a losing battle. I think those examples are really good in different ways because it shows a lot of innovation across the market on what can be done. And in many ways, if we could amplify those, we can. It's not hard to extrapolate that we can achieve scale if we do more of these things that I think was also evident in the first panel, because risk and insurance literacy is not only for those who are uninsured, but also for people who are deciding on public policy and finance ministries. The more they understand the way risk is handled by insurers, from understanding risk to quantification to risk sharing, the more that we have more of this effective partnerships. I want to go back to Hassan and actually hear more examples on scale. But the other thing that Laurence Tubiana mentioned in the first panel was equity. How can we have more fair risk-sharing solutions where more disasters and more innovative solutions will not simply entrench people in more poverty and inequality because they had least to contribute to this crisis, and yet they are feeling the brunt of it. So what can we do to address scale and equity and risk-sharing mechanisms?
So thank you. And first, we need to understand the risk. As Liz mentioned, I like a lot what she mentioned around data-driven approach, because the frequency is increasing. So it's not only that in the past we used to price risk. Today it's even very difficult to price risk, because what we used to have as one event in 500 years now is 1 in 200. Now it's 1 in 20. And we've never seen such frequency ever before. There are two ways of doing it. Either we would price that risk, which is why in AXA we have sustainability under the leadership of Melina, our Chief Risk Officer, and Chauki, who are really responsible for the sustainable way so that they can understand the models and be able to price it and make it more equitable. More equitable means that by just passing the price to the customer is not very innovative. That anyone can do. You know, we can call Liz and she can help us with all the data she has all across the world to say, yeah, increase the price by 300%.
Yeah.
But that is not equitable. So our business is all about mutualization. Our business is all about diversification. And the only way we can have more people insured is actually to have more people insured. That's the only and fastest way for us to be able to do it. And try to not transfer this to the customer, but try to mutualize this so that less favorable societies can actually benefit from this mutualization as much as possible and diversification. And our expertise would be around understanding that risk, preventing it, working on prevention mechanism, as you've mentioned, Tome, on health, and trying to basically not even have the risk from happening, which is the best part. For instance, we study a lot coastal areas and how we could prevent coastal areas from being affected. And the easiest way is to say, if you live by the beach, we just price you more. Yeah. But that's not a solution, because you cannot displace people just because the risk and frequency is increasing. So to your question, in AXA and in the 50 markets we operate in emerging markets, you know, we insure millions of people, and with 25,000 people working, we try to always adapt new models that could make us achieve scale without penalizing customers to pay that price through 3 approaches. Pre-risk, by preventing it; during the risk, by accompanying the customer so that they can recover; and post-risk, so that we can get as soon as possible and as fast as possible. And that's the only way we can do it.
Thank you, Hassan. And I think going back to the principles of the insurance model is really important about mutualization of risk. I remember we did a study at the PSI on health insurance, and there's almost like a symbiotic relationship between risk reduction and having insurance. Because if you have health insurance, you have access to health screening and health consultations, telemedicine. And then there's a virtuous cycle of risk reduction and more access to affordable insurance. And I think in many ways, you're trying to do that as well in AXA by going at every stage, actually, pre, as you said, during, and also after. And I think it's important to be able to understand that, because I think this agenda also of equity that was mentioned earlier means how can we bring things to scale that will help us have more equitable solutions, right? So let's hear it from Tome, and whether he has more to contribute on the discussion, because I think we're getting somewhere here in terms of what are the key ingredients that could make things work in emerging markets, because the current picture is bleak, but I think we are seeing signs on how we can turn the corner going forward. Not saying that insurers can do it alone, but I think what we're saying is that there's preparedness for the market to do things together with other stakeholders, but everyone has to be it has to be a joined up effort to make that work.
Yeah, thank you. I think, of course, as an actuary and also as someone who tries to understand risk very well, quantification is key. You need to quantify things to understand what's the relevance of those things to the risk, to the cost of risk. And you need to understand what are the driving factors of that risk and how the change in one factor can reduce or increase the risk that you are facing. But the second thing is that the work does not stop there. It doesn't end there at all, because if you just figure out that the response to an increasing risk, to the climate risk, is just you increase premium, you increase prices, you end up with your industry, because it will be so expensive that tomorrow or the day after, there will be no one with enough money to afford insurance. So that's unsustainable. So if we care about sustainability, even for ourselves as insurers, we need to start worrying more, not just on quantification, but also on how to reduce the underlying exposure, how to reduce the underlying risk. And in order to do that, you need first to identify very well those factors. Then, how can I change them? How can I make a difference with literacy, with premium incentives to adopt the right behaviors, with investments, with programs addressing risk reduction and risk mitigation. And this is a dialogue that you need to have with your clients, with your brokers and agents, with governments, with society, with researchers, because it's not a one man or one lady's job. It's a all society job that we have to engage in order to be impactful. But I'll give an example, for instance, that I think for me, it was really an enriching example, which is about the crop insurance system that Peru has implemented. It's a crop insurance program, not for the big businesses, not for the Peruvian agro industry, which is huge in many crops, like grapes, like avocados, like blueberries, and so on. No, it's a crop insurance for subsistence agriculture, for the small farmers in the mountains everywhere in Peru. And this is people that live with what they produce. They eat what they produce. And so if they have a problem, they don't have any extra income. They trade their small productions. And this is also very important for the biodiversity. Just to give some numbers, in Peru, there were more than 3,000 species of potatoes. Now there are only 300, because with big production, you start reducing seeds and you start abandoning varieties that are less productive. But you never know, with the climate change that you have, you may need some of those varieties in the future, may be very helpful to stop famine and to have more resilience to the different types of climates that we'll have. So this type of insurance is paid by the state, and based on some parameters, we have a very rapid scheme of reaching out thousands or even millions of farmers with payments based on events that can affect a place. And this insurer covers drought, of course. It covers phenomena like El Niño. It covers disease. It covers a lot of things that can affect these small productions. And as I said, it also incentivizes biodiversity. It incentivizes that we keep these local communities, that we keep this social support that we have in these rural areas with small villages and family-based businesses. But after some years, exactly because of mutualization and because some states of the country were more prone to risk and others were less prone to risk, the Peruvian government start thinking, no, maybe I won't do the insurance for these lower risk area because it's not worthwhile. I'll just concentrate on the high risk. So we're almost in the process of ending up and just keeping the very high risk areas and stopping at a system that was very good for the whole country because of these demutualization. So we had very serious conversations with the Ministry of Agriculture and with several ministries in Peru. And we were able to lay down a set of conditions based on risk, based on insurability principles, to refresh this system and to be able to keep a system that was very good for the society, very good for the country. And we were able to do it. We were able to keep the mutualization. We were able to say, okay, we have to enlarge the time frame of this insurer. This cannot be just a 1-year period with a public tender. So you need to have a longer term vision of the risk in order to be there and to be able to insure things. And this was really rewarding because when you see these local communities, when you see how fragile they are and how dependent they are on these indemnities, because they don't have any social security, they don't have any help from the government. And the government realized that it's better to have a process that is well managed by insurance with very demanding service levels in terms of speed of payment and so on, with huge penalties if we failed in one of these service levels. It was much more, it was much better for the whole management of the system to have it done by insurance companies that are more used to handle these situations, catastrophes, and so on, than to have a government trying to manage these without any well thought process or any experience in doing this. So I think we have also to partner much more with public entities to find out solutions that are more preventive and are more well prepared in advance than just having the catastrophe and then having governments just spreading out checks to everybody that is knocking on the government's door. That's not the way to face things. That's not the way to create resilience. That's the way just to solve problems with a short mind and not changing anything from a structural point of view that you can really change something. So I think looking ahead, looking before, preparing, and finding solutions that can help to better manage these type of events can be very fruitful. Sometimes it's challenging. Sometimes it takes a lot of time to reach out a consensus, to reach out something that can be implemented. But when you do it, it's really rewarding. So I would say just be resilient, be patient, and never quit. Never quit. Insist, and you'll get it.
Thank you, Tomen. Again, another great example. I think agriculture is one of those key areas which are highly vulnerable to climate shocks. This is not only about inclusion, it's about transitioning to stable farming, it's about food security. And I think what I'm sensing from all of you is that in general, there has to be this culture of prevention that's embedded in society and the way we think about risk. And I think that's permeating because the more we're able to prevent and reduce risk, the more insurance becomes affordable and sustainable. Because I've learned very early, engaging with insurers and also being in that industry before, that you can insure anything that you can price. The question is that affordable or not? And that's a question of how you share risk within society. We have 12 minutes. Why don't we check in with our resilient audience here on if they have any questions for our distinguished panel. I've learned a lot just listening to them, but any questions from the audience here? Yes, a mic will come, and if you could introduce yourself and your organization, that would be great.
Hello. Thank you all for the great panel. I'm Melina. I'm the Chief Risk and Sustainability Officer in AXA International Markets. Hassan here is my boss, so the question is not for Hassan. It's for Liz. I would like to know your opinion. We were talking a lot about prevention, maybe not so deep dive, but you mentioned something that when you buy an insurance, you expect not to use it. My question is, do you see that the interaction between clients and insurers and brokers, in your case, has changed? Now it's not only interacting when you pay a claim or when you have to renew the policy, but throughout this prevention process, how do you see that?
Yeah, that's a really great question. And I think it is changing quite a lot. And I can speak about Aon and what we're doing. I mean, we're investing quite heavily into our risk engineering, loss control, and our data and analytics that are embedded within our organization. And we're doing that because, one, our clients, they're starting to look at insurance more and more as this cost that they don't fully understand. And they are, I don't want to say unsophisticated, but they don't model the risk the same way the insurance companies do. They don't look at pricing the risk the same way that the industry does. And so really the prices are going up, the losses are occurring more frequently, and our clients came to us and said, we need more help from you. And so we responded by reinvesting into our business and launched this past year, we launched Climate Risk Monitor, which is a tool that looks at global climate data that every client has access to. We've embedded climate data into our property risk analyzer, which prices insurance. So when you're sitting down buying insurance, you're also having a conversation about climate risk and how it's changing. And we're investing into our Resilient Solutions group, which brings together our risk engineering team to sit alongside our climate modeling and CAT modeling teams so that we're having a conversation with our client about, okay, you have to buy this insurance. We're going to help you understand your risk. We're going to talk to you about how that's changing. Oh, also, we have an engineer who can come in and tell you how to adjust or invest into that property so that you can continue to extract as much value as you can out of your insurance product. And I think at the core of it is our clients are looking to see how much value they're going to get out of their insurance product. It's not just a check the box exercise. They want to be able to quantify and say, oh, this is a valuable investment. I have to buy this insurance. This is the product I want to get. And here's the ROA for it.
I agree. It's an excellent question because it almost shows why, in a way, there is a sad story associated with insurance, because you get a policy, you pay the premium. The next time you hear normally is when there's a claim. So there's the next touch point with insurance is always a bit of a sad story. But what you're saying, Liz, is that can insurers deliver value even without claims?
Yes.
Right? And I think that's what we're sensing here, is that there are other ways to deliver value in addition to that. When disaster and disease happens, that you can actually show that there's things that you can do. And that is actually in the prevention and risk reduction.
And I think just to add to that, it's not just Aon that's doing that. We have seen quite a large number of other insurance companies starting to invest into advisory services that they can provide their clients. AXA does it. And a lot of the other global insurers have standalone units that provide advisory services that use engineering and data and analytics to help their clients, because it is about a partnership and a customer journey, not just a one-off thing.
Great. Any other question from the audience that we can pick up? I think we're yes, please. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Raquel. I work for IFAC. It's an initiative called Innovative Finance for the Amazon Cerrado and Chaco, which is led by UNEP, TNC, and Tropical Forest Alliance, hosted by the World Economic Forum. And at this initiative, we are fostering the sectors of cattle and soy for a deforestation and conversion-free sectors and also the bioeconomy sectors as well. And we do that through blended finance instruments where insurance companies could have a critical role on de-risking the risk perceived by investors and lenders on those sectors. So if you could guys explain a little bit how you're guys working on that, how you see those types of instruments, and if you're willing to know more, you can contact me and we can see how you could work on this agenda here. Thanks.
Great. De-risking. I think this is, did you mention that, Hassan, earlier? I think you did. Yeah.
So it's an opportunity to do two things. Thank you for the question because it's a very pragmatic question. You're a businesswoman. Look, first of all, I want to thank Erica, the CEO of AXA Brazil. And Erica has established a team only focused on climate as a potential, actually a key lever for growth for AXA in Brazil. So I recommend that you speak directly to Erica after the session, and she will be able to see what type of solutions we could bring. And I would love to see if we can do something together on de-risking. That's exactly the type of examples that we look for. We do have a special unit called AXA Climate, which only works on crop insurance. And we were the pioneer in 2012 when we launched this, what we call parametric insurance, where we used indices as a way to pay claims much faster and make it much cost effective than if we do it in a normal way. I don't know about cattle, honestly, but we can look to understand better the business model. And we're sure, I mean, we should find a solution to de-risk and encourage investors to finance your project.
Great.
Yeah, just to share about the question of prevention. Many times insurers tend to invest in prevention, but focused on large corporations and the ones that they have enough economies of scale to do it. I think there is a challenge to how to make prevention accessible for micro, small, and individuals. And then there is a challenge of finding solutions that are economically viable to reach out those small operations and micro operations. So, and in that phase, I think the partnerships with agents, with people that are closer to these businesses are very effective in reaching out these segments and not just leaving away. And also in communicating with individuals, of course, now with technologies and also with agents and so on, that can be very effective. And just to give an example that we have been doing with an initiative that we have at Fidelidade is we started building a climate risk sheet for our clients. And just by sharing, we did a pilot where we shared for some agents the risk sheet, the risk scoring of different climate risks to that agent for him to talk with the clients. And for another group, we didn't share that risk sheet for the clients. And hit ratio in sales increased 60% to the agents that we shared the risk sheet compared to the agents that we did not share the risk sheet. So two samples, one with risk information, the other without risk information. This is contributing to reduce the insurance gap. So it's very important the way the information and the way that you make that actionable, that you make possible to reach out and to have impact in what you are doing. So I think finding out solutions that can be economically viable to reach out to individuals, it's never the big corporations that it's a problem. They have the skills, they have the money, they have, the insurers will be willing to invest on that. It's the small, the micro, and the individuals that we need to find out solutions that can be impactful.
Thank you so much. On this last few minutes, I just wanted to have you give us a parting shot. In the first panel, Laurence Tubiana, as our keynote speaker, challenged everyone to speak louder. Speak louder and say what works, what doesn't work. If there's an issue, we need to go outside this house of insurance and permeate the green zone and the blue zone, right? And we all agreed that we will speak louder. We also agreed that we will all be willing to step up and work together with multiple stakeholders to have that climate resilience and insurance task force that will carry the work forward. But she also asked for more, more. So I've heard a lot from you. What is that more that you can add so that we can move the agenda further and more impactful?
I think for me, more is really about where we need to be provocative and where we need to sort of change our typical approach as an industry. And when I think about emerging markets and developing markets, it's how do we get more vocal on infrastructure development, not just resilient infrastructure, but infrastructure that creates resilience for communities. That is so critical to our market. And we don't really talk about that, but we want investment to go into projects that protect island nations, building codes. How do we make sure that when new structures are being developed, that they're being developed for the risk today and tomorrow? And building codes are an essential part of that. And again, our data and our view of risk is not out there the way that it needs to be. So that is something we can do a lot more of and really push. And then the third one I would say is nature. And I think that, again, from that risk mitigation and support, we have a huge amount of influence that we can utilize to push protection around nature because it protects our assets. It's critical for our industry to maintain an addressable, insurable market. We don't want it to shrink, but without those things happening, it will shrink. And so that is where I think we can do a lot more.
Great. Hassan, what's your definition of more?
That we challenge the current model of insurance, because if someone lands from another planet and looks at how we designed insurance, they will either say that we're crazy or they will completely change the model. So my wife leads an NGO, and every day she challenges me about what I do, for a living. And she every day proves to me that we're completely wrong in every assumption we make. So we talk about what we call in insurance anti-selection, so how can you avoid that everyone, who has cancer will buy your insurance? She actually only insures people who are sick. And they do it by taking a small fee from them, but they actually put them on a prevention program. And actually what they take from them is symbolic, just to make people serious about it. And in fact, when they go through a certain program, you find that their life extension is much longer. They live longer and they live healthier because they just follow a certain prevention. And they do it because they don't take, like us as actuaries, we don't take the numbers from a static perspective. They believe in preventing the risk. So prevention does work, because they do exactly the opposite. I mean, they only insure people with kidney failure, with HIV, with hepatitis C, and they actually work, and the program is fully viable. So prevention does work. The last point for me would be resilience is a choice. And if we don't invest on resilience, the world would be an unlivable place in the generation that will come. So resilience is a choice, and we need to invest more, as Liz mentioned, to make resilience more real.
Thank you for those words of wisdom from you, Liz, and from Hassan. Tome, over to you.
I think speaking louder is not speaking by ourselves, just insurers, it's speaking together with our other stakeholders. I think that's the challenge that we have. And it's thinking beyond risk quantification, but thinking that we need to reduce risk and move more from just quantifying risk and making the claim payments when the event occurs, but to guarantee our sustainability, we need to implement actions that reduce that risk. Just a quick example that I'd like to share. Female breast cancer. We have conducted a very interesting program exactly targeting at prevention and reducing risk for high-risk women. On average, more or less 12% of the females will get the breast cancer across life. So, and there is more or less 10% of the population which has a chance which is over 20%, which we consider to be the high-risk people. But today, with precision medicine, you can identify those people and have prophylactic measures that can reduce that risk by more than 50%. So the insurer of the future has to move from just making payments when the disease occurs to reduce the chance of getting the disease. We have done that. And how did we do? Not just by ourselves, insurers, with doctors, with universities, with pharma, with a lot of other stakeholders to be able to agree on solutions that can really make a difference and matter for the society.
Thank you so much, Tome. I think in many ways you're saying this adage of an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. And in many ways, we need that to be the norm and not the exception. I just wanted to end on one note because this summit is supposed to be a symbol, and the House of Insurance is supposed to be a symbol of inclusion, resilience, sustainability, and hope. And I think it's important to have that hope because as dire as emerging the situation in developing countries are, I think what we're seeing here is what the Brazilian presidency is saying, a global mutirao of a joint effort between private and public and other sectors to turn the corner on risk and to able to avert the worst impacts of climate change. I also wanted to share a scaled example in my home country, the Philippines. And I know we've been hit by so many typhoons recently. I used to be working in the industry there, and my former company, is now the largest commercial insurer, but they're also the largest micro insurer. 11% of their book is microinsurance business. They have insured more than 20% of the Philippine population of 110 million people. So they have brought things to scale. Another key ingredient that I sense that Tome was also, and Liz was saying, was women's empowerment. The key to the success of inclusive insurance in the Philippines is empowering women as risk-aware homemakers and us also as microinsurance champions in many low-income communities. So that is an example. It has been said that it could be a model globally on what can be done in the Philippines, and they have brought it to scale. And we haven't even talked about artificial intelligence and technology to bring scale. The last point I wanted to say was that I think throughout this COP30 and in all my engagements across the globe, there usually is this tension between some people advocating for net zero and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And then there's another set of people saying we need to adapt and be resilient. These are not competing concepts. These are mutually reinforcing. The more we reduce emissions, the future generations. And for there's not going to be future generation to protect because they're going to be wiped out today. We need to do both. And I think if we end on in terms of what the UN has done in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals, there's 17 goals of the UN, but I can summarize that in 7 words. It's prosperity for all on a healthy planet. And all is important because we cannot be all and on a healthy planet. And I think the core tenet of the SDGs is to leave no one behind. And I think on this panel today, we are seeing a real deliberate, conscious effort to make sure that we live that principle in the way we do things and the way we do our businesses. Thank you so much to all of you. And thank you again to all of you for being here. And shamelessly, I will plug that on the second day of the summit is November 15. This Saturday, it's a working day here in Belém. So we will have the Net Zero, Nature Positive, and Just Transition Day. And on the 21st, we will have Latin American Leadership and COP31 Day. So stay tuned for more of the summit. We'll hear more from the House of Insurance here in Belém. Thank you to everyone online as well for joining us.
Muito obrigada aos participantes de hoje. Também quero agradecer.
Thank you very much for all the participants today. I want to say thank you for the people who empowered us. Allianz AXA, BBC Seguros, Bradesco Seguro, Caixa Seguridade, Mafre, Marsh McLennan Prudential, Porto Seguro, Tóquio Marine. Remembering that all the speeches and talks will be available on our YouTube channel. I invite you to our closing cocktail. Have a great night, ladies and gentlemen, and see you tomorrow.